You're watching every game this season. Every six, every wicket, every battle. But the final, you watch with me.
Stars Play, in partnership with Combox, presents the ultimate IPL final watch party.
31st May at the Coca-Cola Arena.
With legendary cricketers Robin Uthappa, Sri Sant, Angelo Matthews, and Universe boss Chris Gale. Buy your tickets now at Coca-ColaArena.com or PlatinumList.net.
Deepak, Jared, Combox. Look at this. I feel like we're the OGs. Or we just old.
Yes. So any updates on MS? Like a lot of people were asking that. I've not been able to check. Let me quickly have a look at that. Doesn't seem to be, because there were like some speculations that he might be playing his farewell match today. So having said that, Sanju Samson is in the mood.
He's farewelled that ball over long on.
Yes. Like, a lot of people have been asking me, sending me messages like, is MS going to play today? What is the status? Is he retiring? I said, like, that's the reason why Combox is coming into existence. So that our future.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Yeah, he's not playing at the moment anyway. This rumor went around last year. Do you remember? And I think I remember contacting Robbie, and me and Robbie, like, called around, and we couldn't work out anything. But there was something about his father had gone to a game or something.
Yes, his parents had come for a game against Delhi. I think it was where like KL scored that beautiful knock at number 4. So yes, his parents had come for that match. There were rumors that this might be his last match, but having said that, so Rutu's injury was not known at that time, and suddenly that thing came up, and then MS had to take over the captaincy. So maybe it might have pushed his plans back. So we don't know whether the rumors were actually true or not.
So Nitesh Reddy is got the ball, and he's been hit for a 6 already, and that one's just on the pads and has worked away for 4. So not a great start here.
Yes. So, any thoughts about the yesterday's match?
Lots of thoughts. I think teams should try and catch cricket balls. How about that? Oh, beautiful ball by Nitish. Yeah.
So did Rajasthan drop any?
Yeah. So in my notes, I think I had something along the lines of Delhi are the worst fielding side I've ever seen. I don't understand. And then my notes then transformed to say Rajasthan were worse.
Boy, so I because I missed the initial part of their batting, Delhi. I saw a lot of misfields for sure.
Delhi, let me just bring the game up for you.
Yeah, but not being able to track the drop catches in Delhi's batting. But surely there must be.
Where were we? Delhi. KL Rahul was dropped early on, and he made 56. And that was basically the innings that sent them together. I think Perel was dropped. I'm trying to remember back now. There were so many drops. Yeah, there was a drop in the first over. And that might have been the only drop. But the fielding quality...
This was very horrible.
Was terrible. Just like Suryavanshi was just sliding for one on the boundary. And it just bobbled over him.
Yes, we were there.
Jofra Archer not going for balls because he thought it was always going for 4. Yeah, it was really, really poor. Both teams. And the wicket keeping was maybe the worst. It looked like Dhruv Jurel couldn't stop a ball. Everything was just bouncing off him.
Yes, he was pretty bad, no doubt about it. So Punjab had dropped that. KL Rahul was dropped in the first over in the second ball itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't have all the other ones here. Rob said that Abhishek Perel was dropped. I can't remember him being dropped, but that doesn't mean he wasn't. There was so much bad fielding that like overthrows and misfields and not getting to balls. This is slashed away. This could be another 4, actually.
Oh, what a start.
Hello.
17 in the first over itself. So Sanju seems to be in the mood.
Yeah. I don't think you should start your first ball with a free hit. That's just my way of thinking about it. Let's not let the other team get off to it.
Can't find Porel drop. So yeah, definitely the KL drop.
The Porel drop might have been one of those ones that wasn't a drop, but it's only because someone didn't get their hand to it. But I'd have to go back and and go through it. But I think I said yesterday, or Rob said, one of us said that, and someone's just put a comment up. Oh, no, I can't find it. Yeah, Arian says, Jared said all guys who scored yesterday were dropped from both sides. I think that's my memory of it, but I'd have to go back individually and see if I can find that. It was just sloppy. It just basic ground fielding I would have thought was the worst.
Because Rian Parag on record has kind of plastered his team for some very poor fielding. So he, after the match and post-match, had actually teared down his team for poor fielding. So surely
they were really bad.
They were really bad.
Yeah. Let me see if I can see Porel here. Yeah, it looked at times like both teams didn't actually want to do anything, like stop the ball. So yeah, it was very bad. I can't see Porel's drop here, but I do remember talking about something that happened yesterday with him.
You know, like what has happened with our lives, like the English post-match lives that we're doing. A lot of Punjab fans were queuing up to ask questions after every loss, and now they all have just vanished because they have just given up on it. Like 6 losses on the trot, they just don't have any questions now because they could just simply not make any sense of like what all has happened in the last 6 matches.
Yeah. No, it's crazy, but that's how form works, right?
Yeah.
But no one wanted to hear that when they were playing good. Yeah?
You were the only one who predicted, right? So
me and Akshay, but...
yeah, that means you have kind of doomed them, right?
I was pretty high on them early in the season, to be fair. And even when I thought they would struggle, I just thought they'd struggle to get a top 2 spot. I thought they'd still get into the playoffs.
So Jared, what are the chances that you might have kind of test one of the 2 players of Punjab whom you might be secretly passing on all the notes just to kind of get your points right here? Like, just to set the bigger narrative right.
The Marcus Stoinis diaries. I've worked with Marcus, but I'm not even sure I have his number. Or is that what I would say? So that people wouldn't know.
Officially. But behind the scenes, like Jared is like, I want to build this narrative that Punjab should not be doing well. I've already said enough, so let me screw a couple of their players.
Are they reviewing this?
No idea.
Did they just review that? Play and miss?
Oh, yes, they have.
I just looked like a standard play and miss to me.
Yeah, exactly. But Sanju is not looking bothered, so should not be a concern, I guess.
I mean, so one of the things that a lot of people do when they're betting on at this stage is like look at the batter, because the batter tells you a lot, right?
Certain times they give you a poker face also, right?
Yeah, sometimes they don't know they've hit it either, right?
Exactly. That's also the case.
The ball does not change direction at all. I find it very unlikely that he got any bat on there.
I think that happened a lot with Vince, if I remember. He played 2017-18 Ashes in Australia, right?
I don't know if he ever got close enough to the ball to hit it. Oh, he's missed that by a long way.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
Vince, it happened Vince, it happened a couple of times in Australia, right? In 2017-18 Ashes, where he just could not decide whether he has hit the ball or not. He hit the ball or not. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that old players thought they always knew when they hit it, and now we understand that that was not correct. Anyway, Hingay in. There's a slash to backward point for 4, so not a wicket and 4 runs. It's the worst of both worlds.
Yes. Hingay,
so just on the Punjab thing, I think what's really funny is last year I was probably the highest on Punjab coming into the season, right? Like I looked at their squad and I was like, I really like this squad. I could see why they would play really well. But it's not like I said they were going to win the title or anything, but I was really high on them. And so last year, I was the darling of Punjab fans, right? This year, I'm the devil of Punjab fans. Have I changed my opinion on their franchise? No, I'm just like looking at the analysis and trying to tell you what I think is happening. But it's like people don't, that's not how brains work, right? And it's like, you're either with us or against us. I'm like, no, I wasn't with you and I'm not against you. It's just that last year I was like, there's a lot, I can see why this is a genuine playoff team. They probably did a little bit better than I thought, but they're a genuine playoff team. And this year I thought they were a playoff team, which somehow they might have fucked up and may not be.
And having said that, to be honest, like couple of people were asking me this question. So is it like Ricky Ponting's fascination with all these Australian players kind of screwing them up? So I could not come up to any specific match, but they pointed out to that match against DC, I guess, where he played Washes and Bartlett over Ferguson, I guess.
Do you mean, is that the same Ferguson who went for 50 runs in 3 overs yesterday or whatever it was?
But like he at that time had a good game against SRS, to be honest.
Okay.
And like where he couple of
they've tried a bunch of Australian bowlers who should be better and haven't been as good as they should have been. Did they drop Marco Janssen this year?
Just now. Finally.
How's he been?
Horrible.
So if he was an Australian, they'd be saying the same thing about him. But the truth is that what has happened is, when it comes to their bowling, Arshdeep has been poor, Chahal has been fine, Marco Janssen's been shit, all the various Australian bowlers have been shit, Lockie Ferguson has been shit, right?
Yes.
So what are you going to do? That's not about the couple of Australian bowlers. The Australian bowlers have been horrendous, but they could have carried those bowlers if these other guys had bowled up to their normal. Yes. If Lockie and Marco and Arshdeep were just at not even peak form, but just normal form for those 3 guys, it would be fine. That's a very good bowling attack on paper, and in real life has been an absolute dumpster fire.
Yes. Like, then why not play somebody like Harpreet Brar, who's been like a bank for them for such a long time? Like,
it's the death of left arm finger spin. Saikashura isn't playing either, is he?
Yeah. But like with GT, you can still make sense of it, right? Because they have plenty of good bowlers. They are bowling, it is firing all cylinders. So it makes all sense for them to not kind of just bring in somebody who had a surgery, who didn't bowl that well in SMART, had an average SMART domestic season. It makes sense still.
He was still great last year in the IPL, though.
But after that, he had his issues, right? Because he went through a surgery, couldn't make that kind of an impression in domestic cricket. So it might be a case that you might not be finding that bite from him in the nets and all. Harpreet Brar just not, because he came in, bowled 4 overs for 25, had a positive impact of 15 runs in that match. Though he influenced that match by 15 runs. So it was massive. That was all the Punjab bowlers put together in that season at that point of time. It was like that.
I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of left-arm finger spinners this year who haven't been used as much as they have been in previous years. So I don't think that's... I think that they might be wrong, because I like Harpreet Brar and have for a long time. But like, if Sai Kishor's not getting a game, I just think, oh, this could be out. Has he got an edge here? He's been given... Sanju Samson has a confused face. I wouldn't say he's 100% sure he didn't hit it. He's coming down to talk to Gaikwad now. It was an ugly shot. The bat sort of went ahead of him a little bit. He ended up with one hand on the blade. He tried to drive it, and it was ugly as hell. It just doesn't really look like he hit it to me, though, Deepak. He might have, and he certainly didn't review straight away. He took his time, but...
Certain time it's because we he just played it with one hand, what it looked like. So certain time that whip that you get from your handle also confuses you a bit. Oh, knuckle ball. It was a knuckle ball, right?
Oh, I didn't see. Sorry, Did that hit? Did that make a little powder of dust off the pitch? Did you see that?
Yes, but I don't think so. He's hit it.
It doesn't look like it, does it? I mean, he might have just got a feather on it, but it doesn't seem to change. There is a noise before he gets... There we go. There's a big noise.
That's a proper nick.
They always know when they've hit it, except when they don't. Okay, so let's just go through Punjab's bowlers this year, right? Arshdeep, average of 35 at basically 10 runs and over. Bad season. Yeah?
It's a horrible season.
Chahal, average of 36 at 9.7 runs and over. Pretty
I
bad
think there
season.
was, yeah, but obviously with all the drop catches and all.
Yeah. And you could say a lot of these guys have had the drop catches. Omazai, 2 games, average of 37 at 9 runs and over. Marcus Stoinis, what's he bowled? 8 overs at 12.5 runs and over, an average of 49, right? Ben Dorsius, 1 game, went for 51 runs, took a wicket. Marco Janssen, 12 games, 7 wickets, an average of 65 at 10.4 runs and over.
It's bad.
Xavier Bartlett, 9 games, average of 77 at 11.6 runs and over. And Lockie Ferguson in 3 games has an average of 141 at 12.8 runs and over. I just don't think you can have a go at, I just don't think you can say that an attack of Arshdeep, Janssen, Ferguson, Chahal, with any of those Australian bowlers, with any of those all-rounders, you're just going to expect better from all that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a lot going on. You know who their best bowler is, don't you?
Shashank Singh.
I mean, to be
By
fair,
some
he's
margin.
been used on pitches that have suited him and everything else. But, you know,
But like to be honest, like his
done
3
well.
wickets happened. His 3 wickets happened. One was against SRH when they were 120 for 0 in 8 overs. Came in, took 2 wickets in single over, changed the whole complexion of the match. Then against Mumbai in Wankhede when Tilak, if I remember correctly, or it was not Tilak, I think it was Rickleton or Deacock. I think Deacock and Naman were kind of going all guns blazing, and he comes in, knocks off Naman. So to be fair to him, like he's taken important wickets at maybe because the batters went just too hard against him because they were already going hard against
I think a couple of times when he's bowled when there's, he hasn't bowled a lot of overs, right? He's only bowled 7 overs. So he's bowled about as much as Marcus Stoinis has, right? But I think a couple of those times when he has bowled, the ball's just been getting soft, and he doesn't bowl particularly fast, and and he's got away with it. Like
exactly.
But that also shows you just how ridiculous their season is. What a hit this is!
Oh boy, this man is in some form.
Villa.
That's a brilliant hit. That's some hit.
So
finally, this guy's coming age in this particular tournament because lots been said about him last season, but we've seen the glimpses of that now.
He got the first ball's an high full toss, and he was so shocked by it, he just punched it up to mid-on for no run. And this one, he's just whacked a pull shot out very long.
Yesterday, Stoinis got out on a full toss, right? So that swung for like what, three degrees?
Oh my God! This is another full toss. Cummins has lost it here. This one's been whipped away for 6.
That's some hitting. In all fairness, that's a good start for CSK. They're 43 for 1 and 3. So,
you'd probably rather have Sanju out there, though, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
But if you want to lose a wicket early, it's out of the 2 openers.
But it does not look that kind of a true surface. In all fairness, the ball is kind of gripping and changing directions because that slower one from Cummins actually gripped and almost felt like a leg cutter. Almost like. Just straightened after pitching. So if you're getting that kind of an help from a surface, I don't think so it'll be easy. And we've seen this season that dew hasn't played much of a role, right?
So far, if I'm right, there has been 4 singles scored. Does that sound right? 4 singles and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boundaries and a wicket. This is very modern cricket, this start to this game.
Exactly. It's a typical Blacksoul wicket here.
Malinga is on early here. That's a good ball. Gaikwad just pushes this to mid-wicket for no run.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the same pitch on which they had that GT CSK match where like CSK struggled. They were 51 for 4 in 12 overs, if I'm not mistaken. It's the same surface that we have today.
Oh, another good ball from Malinga. Just pushed out on the offside, and they take a single.
Let me check if I have pitch number 5, black soil.
A friend of mine has a friend of mine and Rob's has just sent us. He had a bunch of bets on Irville hitting more than 2 sixes and more than 3 sixes. So he's already had one win, and he's looking for that second win from Irville now. So he needs one more 6.
So who has said that? Your friend or Rob?
This is a friend of ours. I think Rob will come on. Rob can explain his bet later. He also has a bet on Irville to hit the most 6s for CSK, I believe.
Yes. Yes, it was the same pitch on which CSK and GT played.
CSK and GT. Oh, actually,
On,
Malinga comes in, short, smashed away. This will be 4.
Remember
Oh, no, sorry, they
that
got a deep
match?
wicket out there. Oh,
yes,
wow. That's a fielding position. I like that.
yes. That match in which Sarfaraz came in as an impactor and got out the first ball. They were 25 for 3 in that match.
Sorry, tell me that again.
Like match in which Sarfaraz came in as an impact. There was day game. Sarfaraz came in as an impactor and got out on the first ball.
I haven't seen many of the
took,
day games because I'm usually there on Sundays, aren't they?
Rutu took all the time to get going.
Oh, that game.
And-
Yeah. I know it.
So he
I
finally
didn't see
scored
that
70 something, I guess. That was his first innings of note in this tournament.
Well, today may be the second one.
That's the kind of surface that suits him. So because it's not a truish kind of a surface, he would take his time, get in, and then he can just whack it after 12, 13 overs. So I think this quickest start would help him to kind of settle down.
I would hate to read my Gaikwad notes back this year.
Yeah, he's been pretty off the scale, I would say. Definitely not done any good to his chances as far as Indian team is concerned.
My notes are, they can be quite vicious once someone annoys me. Apparently there's some really good notes on Delhi fielding because it summarized them for me. I've sent them through AI, and it just said, simple note, Delhi field like Muppets.
I think they have the worst stats this year, even worse than Punjab, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they went past them, didn't they?
Yeah. Catches wise, they have dropped the most, way more than Punjab. So I think that's in itself an achievement, right? So if you
we've all focused on the catching. There's been some awful ground fielding this year. Catching, at least, I think we have to admit that players are getting used to playing every game under lights. This might be a period of time where it's a little bit harder. We might even have to get rid of the white ball, right? If we want people to catch it under night lights better. All these sorts of things we can make arguments for, right? I remember years ago, it was a World Series. I can't remember if it was Australia, West Indies, or who was playing, but it might have been Australia or India, actually. Steve Waugh, in a final, the ball went straight up in the air and came down and it was dropped. And my old man was like, this is fixed. This is fixed. This is in like 1991 or 1992, right? Or maybe early 90s anyway. And he was going absolutely nuts about how this was fixed. And it's like, now you look at the amount of high balls that get dropped in night cricket, and you do think to yourself, it may not be that. But the ground fielding, right? We had one earlier today where there was a boundary that was hit, Deepak. I think it might have been Sampson / one away on the offside. And deep backward point didn't even dive. He just ran close to it. Did you remember that one?
Yeah.
I didn't even mention it at the time because I've just seen so many of them this year.
Yeah, it has become the norm. So it won't even surprise you, to be honest.
Shri Harik says, is the yellow ball a good idea? So I've got the full story on this. I won't tell the entire one, but I wrote a documentary for Channel 9 on the Kerry Packer World Series. And so I've done a lot of research into the balls and everything and read all the different books involved. Now, I haven't talked to anyone natively for that because that wasn't the kind of project we were doing. The problem with the yellow balls has always been in dusk. And you remember that originally when we had yellow balls, it was for day-night ODI cricket. So you actually needed the balls to be okay all the way through. So that was a huge issue. Orange is the same. At dusk, yellow and orange become a huge problem. So if you're playing purely at night, I actually think that yellow might work a little bit better than white at times. And then if you're there's an argument to be said that might work a little bit better. The ball that is the easiest to see, and I think the MCC has done tests on this, and I think the ICC might have done tests on this, is the pink ball. It is the easiest to see of all the colors of ball, and there's no period of time when it's hard to see. But even at dusk, the pink ball becomes a little bit trickier. Now, what hasn't been tested is the white ball, the yellow ball, the orange ball, up in the air for high catches. So the problem isn't potentially the color of the ball, but that's only because we haven't tested it. We've got a review here for a wide, by the way, or we had a review.
But they have they played with yellow ball at any levels yet?
Yeah, I've been to a first class game in the yellow ball.
Oh.
I've been to first class games in yellow ball and orange balls. They used to trial all this stuff at the MCG, so we would just go down and watch it. It was awesome. You could not see the orange ball in the afternoon, man. It just disappeared.
And from a player's perspective, are they okay with it? Because that would impact their stats and everything. Because
who gives
if
a
it's
fuck?
happening,
Everything affects your stats. Are they okay with the impact sub? Are they okay when we go from 1 ball to 2 balls in one-day cricket? Although we've actually never had 1 ball in ODI cricket. Don't let anyone tell you that we have. Right? Who gives a fuck? It's not about that. It's making the game better. Players complain about anything that changes. They almost always do. Right?
Exactly, because it's just the mindset, I would say.
I would tell you this, that the players are... that is a wide, by the way. Does that mean they've lost both their reviews already?
How did they go? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes, they're done with the reviews.
That was quick.
Sitting in 4.1 overs, we have 3 reviews lost.
That's
already.
one less thing that Pat Cummins has to worry about.
Yes. And you could see that look on his face. I think post that Headingley loss, where they actually suffered because of the review thing, I think every time this happens, you could see, camera just pans onto his face, and you could see those weird reactions from him. So it's like as if that memory comes back to haunt him again and again.
So
he was the captain in that test match, right? He was the captain at that time, right?
The Headingley one?
Or was it Tim
That would have
Payne
been Payne, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Tim Payne was there. Yes, 2019 it was, right?
Yeah.
Tim Payne.
Yeah.
He was the vice cap, I guess.
Oh, has this bowled him? It has. I thought the ball kept low, but his butt was completely in front of the stumps there, and I couldn't see what was happening. And Irville's gone for a huge hoik, and he's lost his off stump.
It's not the kind of pitch you should be doing that, because the ball is gripping on the surface.
Yeah.
It's a typical black soil surface in Chepak.
Let's just have a look. We get a better angle now.
Look at
It didn't even hit it. It just went to the top of off stump.
Because it gripped and came back significantly. It was a proper, it was proper off-spinner kind of a delivery. Quickish off-spinner of at 116 kilometers per hour. So surely not the kind of pitch you should be hitting across the line this early, but this is the way he's been playing. So I would discount that. He's given a completely.
If you're going to slog, sometimes you're going to get balls that do that, right? Exactly. He plays across the line. Sometimes they're not going to work exactly as you want them to. So just to finish on the balls there, essentially what I believe hasn't been tested is if the different color balls in the night games particularly are easier to see in the sky. But the problem is that you don't have, when the ball goes up in the air in the night, you lose your relative position to the ball. And it's very hard without the background to be able to tell exactly where the ball is. I don't think a different color ball helps that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think specifically white helps, though, because the light comes down is quite white. So I'm not sure if a white ball might be worse than, let's say, a pink ball or an orange ball or even a yellow ball, or they might have the same problem with the yellow ball. But yeah, that's what we never tested that though. So when they tested them originally, what they did was they just basically painted a bunch of cricket balls. They got a TV camera, and they got I think it was Dennis Lilly bowling to Ian Chappell out in the middle of Waverley, and they filmed it, and then they asked the batter what he could see and what he couldn't see. And they did a bunch of tests. They did some with other players as well. That's all they did. Deepak. And they went,
And
yeah, the
obviously, like, way
white
back.
one's the best one. Let's go.
Just imagine. And it became the norm globally.
Yep. And no one ever
Every
tested it
damn-
properly. As this one is pushed out on the offside by Karthik. Yeah. Well, so many things in cricket. Do you know that they didn't test DRS before they brought it in?
It was UDRS at that time, right? When it came in.
Yeah. But when it came in, ICC had never tested whether any of the technology worked.
Yeah, because that testing happened a lot later. Like, they then brought in MIT. They then assigned even Anil Kumble to that.
Yeah.
And
They got
I
Loughborough.
did a video. I did a proper video on it. So like how weird it was, and like how there was a very weird thing that happened in West Indies in 2011.
Oh, wow. That kept so low, that ball. Did you see that? I didn't realize it pitched that short.
Yes.
That was really short.
Yes. So India went to West Indies to play 3 test matches. And I think in first test match, India won, but Daryl Harper was horrible as an umpire. He made some blunders. So Dhoni on record went on to criticize him in the post-match conference or something. Like, so Daryl wrote to ICC. He said, like, this cannot be done. So nothing was done in that regard. He took his retirement from international cricket as an umpire. In second match, ICC and BCCI were supposed to meet on DRS. And a very weird thing happened. So MS nicked one ball to the slip or something, and they checked for the no ball, and somehow the no ball was not given, and MS walked off. So after that, it was shown again, and the problem was the guy who was handling the DRS had to go on a leave because of some emergency, and some rookie came in. So instead of showing the replay of that same ball, which is actually a no ball in which MS got out, he showed some other replay. And BCCI got the chance to get back to ICC that, look, if such a trivial thing cannot be handled properly, so DRS in its full flow cannot be done.
There were so many mistakes. There's still mistakes now. So sometimes because if you go to somewhere like Gaul, like I've been up there when they set it up, that is not a flat surface, right? Yes. And it is not, and it's a rooftop and people are running up and down and whatever. And I've been on a lot of these camera gantries, they move and stuff, right? And if you put the Hawkeye camera on the slightly different spot, it causes all sorts of problems.
Yes.
The one thing that's never stopped fucking up is the fact that we don't have enough frames. So we can't actually tell you what frame the ball hits the pad. And what frame the ball hits the pad can quite often be the difference between out and not out. And it's happened multiple times before. And sometimes they get the alignment of it wrong when they're doing the machine at the end. And you can actually see the ball doesn't match the Hawkeye, right? Like, there's so many things that can go wrong. But that's technical errors that's going to happen. That's no different than umpires making mistakes out of the middle.
Yes.
The bigger issue is that the fact that they just went, oh, these TV gimmicks must work because they're on TV. And I was with Dave Richardson when he was testing them, right? So he'd done the test, but he'd agreed to be interviewed for our film. And my first question was, what kind of a sport is it where we end up in a situation where we bring in regulations before we test them?
And Sachin Tendulkar went on record in 2019 and 20 to kind of criticize that series. He said, like, there were 20 decisions in favor of Sri Lanka versus 2 in favor of India. He said, me, Rahul, Lakshman, Kumble had played test cricket for more than 15 years by then. So, like, if we were not able to kind of understand what is going on, and was so horribly wrong in kind of calling out those decisions, and it was crude in such a way that it was in the favor of one team, 10-1. I think there must be something horribly wrong, because the muscle memory that we built for all these years collectively cannot fail.
But he was wrong.
How?
Because what had actually happened is the players who had played under DRS had started to change their techniques. And the Indian players hadn't played under DRS enough, so they had not changed their techniques.
Oh, that's a good... I actually shared that, because in the video that I've done on DRS, I think I'll find, if you can actually find the dubbed version of it, you will love it. I did put 1.5 hour podcast on it. So this is what I actually shared, the techniques that change.
Yeah.
Because a lot of players then used to have tap of the bat. They went from that to high backlift so that it would not fall over. They should not be crouching. There's a lot of things happen, because, like, remember this retro Cricinfo thing that Cricinfo used to do? all the commentaries, ball by ball commentaries of the matches of 90s or something.
Yeah.
By looking at the clips where they were like, at that time, some of the times you would give out if it looked out. So all those
Oh,
things were
it's terrible.
basically, yeah.
Go for those who think DRS ruined umpiring. I promise you, go. The best player to look at is find Bruce Reed highlights. Bruce Reed was Marco Janssen before there was a Marco Janssen.
Yes.
6'7", pretty fast, incredible bounce, left armor, right? He got so many LBWs, despite the fact he was 6'7", and all of his deliveries were bouncing over the stumps. And even if they weren't bouncing over the stumps, they would pitch outside leg anyway, because he's a left-hander. He didn't swing it back in. So, I mean, people just don't understand. But yeah, I think that that's such a thing. Because if you read the Royal Driver letter, he kind of does start to talk about how it's changed a little bit. And that was one thing that the English players worked out really quickly. So I think some of those Asian players were caught out by it. But it's actually, if you look at it, the player whose career was ruined, well, not ruined, but changed the most is probably Watson.
Yeah, I was about to say that. His entire game changed. Because at one point of time, everybody expected him to be like the next big opener. And then it changed drastically. I covered that in that video also about Watson. And also about the fact that how obviously this crouching thing went, falling over thing went, a lot of other things changed. How spinners started bowling more inside within the stumps.
Yeah.
The pace went up because they were kind of getting better returns from that. Some of the numbers were very shocking, to be honest, like surprisingly shocking.
Yeah, if you go back, it's worth going back and watching Bisham Beatty bowl, who's one of the greatest bowlers of all time. And the first thing you will notice is how little he bowls at the stumps. And the second thing you will notice is
he was all about deceiving the batters in the flight and getting them caught.
It's so slow.
Also. Yeah.
It's so slow. Like he would bowl, I would say he would bowl slower than most club bowlers would now. Club spinners would. Like it's that slow compared to
this action cricket. Also, like even like his build up to the wicket, hardly 2 steps, and then he'll just. It was all guile. It was all flight, guile, making the batters drive and then getting them caught.
Yep. It's almost a completely different sport, that section.
And just imagine, then you had Chandrasekhar on the other end, a completely opposite bowler to that. Somebody was more like Kumble, I would say, the earlier version of Kumble.
Yeah, it was probably more like Bill O'Reilly.
That's also good.
I think was it Richie Benaud who was his hero? Chandrasekhar?
I have no idea.
I think it was him. Bill O'Reilly and Richie Benaud were, although Richie's a little bit slower than Chandrasekhar, I think, but Chandrasekhar was probably closer to what Bill O'Reilly's pace was. Shivang in full toss. We've gone nowhere. See, all this conversation is because nothing has happened in this game. Yes. They are just knocking the ball around. They got that quick start, but they've lost both those guys, and now they're just knocking the ball around.
Yes. I clearly remember this thing that when Kumble came on the scene, a lot of commentators used to treat him like a mystery spinner.
Yeah.
So a lot of commentators used to say, this is the new mystery spinner from India, the 6'2" tall bowler from Karnataka. This is how they used to introduce him.
I can tell you that even he must have retired by this stage. Wisden did a book on coaching around 2009, 2010, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked me to go along and film some of it. Like when they were recreating the photos and stuff. Because it was kind of at the beginning of social media. And they're like, and I had a pretty good relationship with the publishers at that time. And so I went along to film a bunch of stuff. And in the end, I don't know if they used the picture, but in the end, they couldn't, none of the kids who were there could bowl a flipper. And I was the only one who could. So I was the one who, my hand had to be used for the flipper, but I'm not sure if they used that photo in the end or not, because it's actually a really hard thing to get the photo of it right.
In the modern times, is there any bowler, leg spinner, who bowls a flipper?
There's a couple of, I mean, Ish Sodhi bowls one, doesn't he? It doesn't
come out that well now.
It's just, well, it's not the same kind of flipper because he's not Shane Warne, right? I mean, you could make a pretty good argument that really only two international bowlers have ever been good at bowling the flipper, and that's one from the 1930s and one from the 1990s.
Kumble also had a good flipper, right?
He had a flipper. It wasn't like Warne's, was it?
Yeah, but still.
That's what I mean. Decent. There are lots of guys who can do it, but does it do anything, Deepak? Warne's, we could see Warne's actually have an impact, right?
Yes. Bowls are like, it was more like an early version of, not exactly I would say carom ball, a very different flipper. It would skid and would like
Yeah. Well, that's the proper version. The version that guys like Imran's here and Anil Kumble bowl is more just a backspinner, isn't it? Whereas Warren's was like it snapped. And apparently that's what Clary Grimmett's did as well, right? But no one else has really managed that. So anyway, we're doing all this stuff. And while we were doing it, the guy who was writing the book, who's my friend Sam, who made Death of a Gentleman with me, when I got the book back, I obviously opened it up to the leg spin bit, right? Because I was like, I wonder if they use my hand, right? And so I'm going into the leg spin bit, and he says that Anil Kumble was a wrong bowler. That was his main delivery, and I was like, Sam, what the fuck? He's a leg spin bowler, right?
You know, like what Arvinder De Silva said about him. If you really want to play him like an in-swing bowler.
Oh yeah, all the Australians did that. Yeah, that was pretty common, wasn't it? Oh, this is launched. Up and over cover, couple of bounces, 3 bounces for 4.
Yes.
Karthik.
So 97, when people asked him, like, how do you manage to play so well against Kumble? Because Kumble in Asian conditions was horrible at that time. So it was, as a one-man army, and Arvinder scored like runs for fun against him. He said, I just treat him like an in-swing bowler. I don't treat him like a leg spinner. So if it breaks off the surface, goes away, good luck to him. Because I'll be missing that ball at max, so I wouldn't be getting out or LBW or something. So he always played for the one which would come back in instead of the one would go away. So maybe.
Yeah, no, that was very common by the end. I mean, he drifted the ball in. That's why people thought he was a wrong bowler, right? Because it was actually going the other way, but it wasn't.
It was a drift. Actually,
what are your thoughts on Karthik Sharma?
I think, like, no doubt, he's coming of age in this tournament, and finally a stable number 4 for CSK. They've been looking for this quite a long time. Like, he had a couple of net games kind of a knock, but I think the last innings kind of showed all the different dimensions about his batting. That 71 of 42 in the last match has kind of unlocked him, I would say.
We'll see, because he was up until a minute ago, until he hit 2 4s in a row. Is this an edge over the top? So now he's scoring a lot of runs. So he scored 14 runs off the last 3 balls. And he had scored 9 runs off the previous 8.
He takes some time to get over. But even in that 42 balls, 71, he was like, 18 of 18 in that match.
He's been 18 off 18 in every match.
In every match. So
this is the first time he hasn't been 18 off 18 when he scored 18 runs.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I felt. Like, this last innings of his has kind of unlocked him. So now, hopefully, he makes the best use of it. Because till that point, I think he was still kind of getting used to, I would say, the ebbs and flows of IPL.
Yeah, I think there's some issues in his batting as well. When it comes to, I do think he gets stuck early on. So I don't think he's a great starter, which is not the end of the world. There's lots of people who do that. But specifically, I think he has some issues against spin. So you probably weren't on the watch along when we talked about this, but his record against slow spin, so under 90 kilometers an hour, is exceptional, and his record against fast spin is dreadful. And it's because most of his shots involve him coming down the crease.
Down the track.
Yeah, so he does have some obvious issues so far, but big over for him.
Even against Santner, the 2 6s he had hit were off the slower balls. So he could actually launch it. Because Santner was trying to test that. It's a very good observation, I would say.
What I would say is that he's very good at going inside out over the offside, where it's very hard to put fielders. So I like his power zone being over there.
This is what he did to Santner also. Both the 6s came in that region only.
Also, because Santner bowls about 4 foot wide of off stump. So Hingay, is this his second over? Yeah, he's gone for 29 so far.
I personally believe that if CSK somehow manages to reach 190, 200, this will be an amazing game. But the problem is, one concerning thing is that they don't have Overton now. So how they fill that gap would be something to be seen. Because in the last match also, LSG just took them down.
Yeah.
With ease. Like, it just felt pretty one-dimensional.
Oh,
With
Gaikwad
Noor
comes
also,
down the
like,
wicket. He might have run himself out here. Oh my God, what is
boy,
he
what
doing?
the hell was that?
He
What the hell was
charged
he
the
doing?
short ball and then pushed it back to the bowler, and he was so far down the wicket. It's like he was miles from home.
Just
Hingay,
imagine.
who to be fair is not the best fielder in the world, couldn't quite get the ball back in time. And now I'm not going to say it. Wait, let me call it again. So he comes down the wicket. It hits him on the belly, and he's confused. He keeps running. To be fair, Hingay picked it up okay, just missed the stumps. I'm not sure if he would have been out or
Just
not.
imagine being the captain of the side. You get out in 8th over
Hey, it's
with
fine.
12 or 15. So what kind of an innings that would be? And run out by like charging down the pitch. So like that would have been one embarrassing way to go back after like kind of not exactly even an anchor kind of a knock so far. So he's stuck. Hi Varun. Any thoughts on Gaikwad?
You know how I feel about anchors.
Not positive.
That's like kind of setting you up for that.
Oh, this is a lovely shot by Karthik. It's a bad
hit
ball
again.
by Shivang. He's overpitched. And this is exactly what he wants to do. The slower spinner, tossing it up, and he just gets that easy and knocks it back over the head for 6. So as we were saying before, this is his jam.
Yes. So this is not like a typical 18 ball 18 from Karthik today. So
It's
He
looking
was
good.
9 of 8 though, wasn't he?
yeah, exactly. But at least this is some potential in him, right? So at least he's given them some runs this season. To be fair to CS,
no. It's. I mean, this is great. They're getting experience under him. If he might develop into a different kind of player as well. This is exactly what they need to do. Playing him as much as they have this year is the exact right move. And if he's not the player that they paid for, that's fine because they got some of those other guys dirt cheap, right?
yes, because after Raidu, then Robbie, and then Rahane.
Robbie who?
This guy called Robin Uthappa. You know him?
Sounds like a
Never
dickhead.
heard of. Yeah, might be the case. So, like, I think after Rahane, they've struggled a bit to find a good, solid number 4. So, like, if this guy kind of fits into that, that changes the whole complexion of CSK's side. So, I think. So, Varun, what's your thoughts on this?
Oh, sorry, just looking at the pitch so far. I think
It's a
one
black
end
soil
has
wicket.
more bounce than the other one.
Well, one end
Honestly,
doesn't have any
Blackstone-
bounce.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking. That's the end you shouldn't bowl Hingay on.
Yes. So, it's a typical
think
black
Hingay
soil
is-
surface. I think this surface was used
Yeah.
for CSK GT match also. In which, remember that, like, Rutu just got stuck, just never got going.
Isn't
and
that
then
every
he
game?
managed to.
I was going to say,
That's every-
what you should have said is,
You have
you
to
remember that game
specify
where Gaikwad made runs? That we will remember. Saying, remember that game he got stuck? We're going to need a while.
My bad. Seriously, my bad. I totally agree on that because
He's
that
fucking
was the game
13
when-
off 17.
Boy, that's been the case.
So my
almost
namesake
every
is
time.
saying, is 12 or 14 acceptable? No. Even worse than Babar. Funny you say that because Babar Azam has had a spin bashing PSL season, which I can't for the life of me explain.
Seriously?
Yeah, he was striking at 156 versus spin.
So, what was the final score today? Like that.
They
Let me check
declared,
the
right?
score.
They I think they gave the targets like
Yes.
440 or something.
Yeah,
440,
437, 437, and not in the wildest of their dreams. I think Pakistan is going to chase that. So surely a 4-0 loading.
That's what we need.
I don't think so. It looked like a true surface to me. So I think 180-ish,
Yeah.
200 still can be a decent game, but totally depends on what kind of bowler CSK manages to put on the field. Because I think Overton has kind of like him not playing has kind of tilted the whole balance of their bowling side, I would say.
Yeah. It's been a big loss for them.
Major loss.
I'm just sad MS Dhoni's not playing today.
Like there were rumors that this was supposed to be his
Yeah.
farewell match, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the last match in Chepak this year, right?
Yes.
They're not going to come back to Chepak as far as I think. Let me
Mhm.
check. Let me check. Schedule. So it's 18th. It's Chepak today. And then Chennai has one match in Ahmedabad. That's it. Yeah, this is the last match of Chepak. So
Yeah.
everybody was kind of expecting the farewell final match from Thala. So seems like he might be there for the next season also.
We will be there.
Shreya says, will any team even accept a Gaikwad trade? Yeah. How old is he?
30. He's almost 30 now.
Yeah.
I think he's 30.
Okay, if someone needs a backup batter.
Mm-hmm.
He's also been used in the wrong position, isn't he? He shouldn't be in the top 3.
He's 29. He'll be 13 next January. So next IPL.
Is Gaikwad not just like a Manish Pandey type player that you bat in the middle order, and if the ball's
No,
spinning,
he's
you bring
definitely
him in?
better than that because at his best he can hit spin, which I don't know if
Yeah.
Manish Pandey
But that's
can.
what I mean. Sorry, but then
Yeah.
you don't have to use him. If
Yeah, he should probably be a number 4, right?
Yeah, he can actually be a very good number 4, to be honest.
Mm.
And this is where I think, even from the ODI perspective, I think it makes sense for him to kind of push for that slot with Indian team. He did well against South Africa in that Raipur game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like him versus spin. And I think he's a good backbench player in ODI cricket because he can technically bat everywhere.
yeah, that's what I mean. I think I like him as a middle order player and a backup talented player that you're probably not going to have to spend a lot of money on.
So, like, Varun, till what time are you here?
I'll be here for a bit till I'm bored.
Like 30, 40 minutes?
Probably.
Yeah,
Why?
I'll then just, because like my instructor is here, so I'll just maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Sharon is kind of going to.
Come on, get your guns out.
Yeah, it's been almost a week. So
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean he comes every day? How could it be almost a week?
I was away. I was traveling.
Oh, they don't have gyms in the hotels you went to. I understand.
Yeah. Such a
Yeah,
shame.
but my instructor was not there, no?
Oh,
So you
yeah.
didn't even get to sleep.
You've been with him for a year. You know what to do without him. Could have asked for a plan.
But like, we were hardly able to sleep, so I don't think so. That was even an option.
You were up at 1 a.m. playing cricket. You could have been in the gym.
That's cricket is more fun. So that's the more. Hey, there can't be a trade-off for cricket and gym, right? I don't think so. That's not going to work out.
If we ever play cricket, every time you play a bad shot, I'm going to make you do push-ups.
And finally, like, I had people who could take the bait that Robbie might turn up to play with them and like maybe 1 in the night in some remote location in Bengaluru. Like, this is how I kind
Go
of
do your
sold it down
session.
the
Go
river.
do your session.
Okay, then I'll just catch up
Yeah.
as soon as I finish the session.
See ya.
Would you play cricket at 1 a.m. in Bengaluru? Oh.
I don't think I'd be awake at 1 a.m. playing anything.
Are you not a night person? Yeah, you're a bit of a night
Nah.
person. You respond to my late night messages sometimes.
Nah, it's almost never after like 11:30. Usually just sleep by then.
That is true. That is true.
Mm. We need Deepak thirst
Deepak-
traps. Amen.
Yeah. We've had some, I think, haven't we?
Thirst Empire.
He played cricket one day. I count that as cardio. From what I saw, he was just standing there slogging.
Mm-hmm. I do say these a lot. Good hit. No, is it out? Oh, he's out.
Out. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Karthik. He's got himself. Wait, he wasn't 18 from 18. He got to 32 from 18. And it hasn't worked for him. So maybe he should go back to being 18 from 18. To be
Yeah, I think
fair,
he's
they
a bit
had to
confused.
push. He also had to push on because Gaikwad is going backwards. Gaikwad's on 15 off 19. Cummins has bowled 2 dot balls to Karthik here and then just bowled a big grippy off cutter. And to be fair, he made okay contact on it. He's just hit it
Mm-hmm.
too close to the fielder out at deep point and is gone. Yeah. This very much feels like a CSK game. No?
Yeah,
I mean, someone put a message up when
Ruturaj.
Samson went out going, that's the end of the game. And I didn't even read it out at the time because I was like, I hope that person's wrong because maybe Oval could slog 50 or 60.
I mean, it is true though. Like they've not done anything when he's not played, has they? Have they?
Dylan Brevis has come out to bat. So 93 for 3. The run
Nice.
rate's fine. This feels like an innings that is going to completely capitulate at the end. Not because CSK is shit, but just because the gripping and the low bounce should mean that it's hard to score towards the end of this game. So these two probably have to bat quite deep. The problem is if Gaikwad bats quite deep, they won't have any runs.
No, I don't think it's just low bounce. I think one end has got good bounce. That's what the confusing thing about this pitch is.
Well, yeah, it could be that. It could be that as well. But I'm saying those balls are really gripping in the surface.
Yeah.
So Cummins, he's got 2 for 14. Oh, that's a bouncer that is left.
Oof.
But I feel like Brevis took his eye off that.
This is a very common pitch though.
Yeah. Yeah, this is almost, these days, this is almost his ideal wicket if it's not a green seamer, right? For in T20 cricket.
Yeah.
He does that thing that old school bowlers used to do as well, where he cocks his wrist really early for the slow ball. You can see it there on that last one. So not everyone does that, right? And like now it's this whole thing about like hiding it and everything. But he quite often does that. Oh my God.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This ball was hit out on the leg side as if Dylan Brevis had blown it with his mouth. It was going that slowly. And who is that at mid-wicket? Did you see? He just walked past
I
it.
did not.
He just walked past it. My God. Who is this? Look, that is so poor.
Wait, Gaikwad is 18 crores. Bloody hell, that's a waste of money this season. Oh, Smaran, the people are saying.
Who was it?
Smaran.
Yep, it is him. I
See,
saw
I
the
think they should
jersey
put
and I could
Hinge
see
on
like a
this
corner
end.
of beard, but I couldn't work out who it was. Thank you, everyone. That was terrible fielding. Singer says he's misfielded twice today. The fielding has not been good. They've also, we haven't really called it. I wouldn't say they've missed run out. Well, they've missed one run out chance, but I thought Hinge did well. But they have had a couple of chances to get run outs as well. Did that bounce weird?
That did bounce weird.
That did bounce weird.
What end do they... Oh, what's the odd end?
Yeah, this is the big thing when you work out there's a bad end. You then have to, you almost have to write it down, Varun, to remember it for the rest of the day. God, that last one really kept low, guys. And the next one bounces. So the balls are sticky in the wicket a little bit, and the odd one is just scooting quite low. So someone's just asked which end is low. It's whatever end they're bowling from now.
I thought it was the other end, sorry.
Oh, okay. Did you not just see that one to Brevis?
Yeah, but I think it was the other end which has been low this whole game.
Oh,
so
good.
maybe both pitches.
This
both
is a
ends have gone
shithouse
now.
bouncer down the leg side that is hooked for 6.
Yeah, that's bad.
Sakib just got that one wrong.
Let me just confirm which end is actually low bounce.
So that gets Brevis started. He has hit more 6s than 4s in his IPL career so far. 97 for 3 after 10.3. That was the short boundary. He clubbed that one over. That's another bad ball. He's got away with this,
Oh.
Saqib.
Yeah, I think this end might have gone to.
Ah, good to know.
Yep. That's
Let's
bad.
have a look here.
Oof.
So those are all bouncing. That one bounced. We're just seeing a replay. That one did not bounce at all.
That did not bounce. Yeah.
Yes, so it's inconsistent as well.
Definitely.
So there has been a
inconsistent.
lot of bounce on some balls and no bounce on others. Good luck, everyone. I mean, they're scoring at a decent rate, so it's not dreadful. Although Brevis is playing every shot with his feet up, like he's jumping up in the air to play every ball. Like, I don't know, hand grenades are coming at him.
Just gonna check the slower balls here.
Grip
Scoreless
ratio?
125. Yes, classic. Yeah, solid grip.
Solid grip.
Mm-hmm.
Saqib comes in again. This is solid grip outside off stump and hits straight to mid off for no run. So he bowled one on pace delivery that over, I think. Maybe it was two. So they have decided it's all slow balls all the time. Everyone says Sunrisers don't have any spinners. I'd say they only have spinners. Hingay might be the only one who's not a spinner. Who's their other
Yeah.
bowlers? Malinga, definitely a spinner. Cummins, Saqib, definitely spinners. Who's
Agreed.
the other one? Am I missing?
Shivang is a spinner.
Shivang, an actual spinner. Oh, Nitesh Kumar. Okay, so I'd say Nitesh and Hingay are the only two who are not spinners. So let's just have a
No,
look
I
at the
think
figures.
Nitesh is a spinner with a long run up.
No. He swings it and he doesn't bowl that many slow balls.
Yeah.
He's bowling faster this year.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So Nitesh Kumar Reddy bowled seam up today. He went for 17 runs in his overs. Praful Hingay bowled pretty much seam up. He's gone for 14.5. Everyone else who's rolled their fingers over this ball, whether they be a quick bowler or a spinner, has done pretty well. So I don't think we're seeing much more on pace from here on in.
So Anukul is saying Fleming said that CSK are aiming for 175 as a good score. Is the plan Gaikwad will be 50 of 60 and everyone else will be like 130 of 60? Because it does feel like that's what they're trying to do so far.
What's Fleming's true stats? Adjusted Zulu stats, I wonder.
I don't think it's as bad as we think it is.
No, I don't think he was terrible. I just wondered.
Mm,
Sorry, Flem. I know you won't like me doing this live on air, but
needed.
that's what happens. So 268 ODIs for New Zealand. He averaged 32. So we have him as an adjusted average for the modern era of 36 and an adjusted average of 82 strike rate.
Mm.
It's not exceptional, Varun.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if like there's a part of him that like thinks that way as well. Like him and Dhoni both kind of come at it from that perspective.
Hmm. Not a single? Nope. Not even a single.
Jeevan says, hey guys, how much time before the IPL overtakes NFL as the biggest league in the world? The problem is just how quickly they can get the extra games in. So it could be worth more per game than the NFL very, very soon. But the NFL plays a lot more games over a longer period of time. So if you think about it, there's no reason why the IPL can't become the biggest league in the world. But how long will that take? Might take 20 or 30 years just to get us to how many as this is hooked up in the air and caught.
Oof.
Gaikwad, 15 of 21.
Jesus.
Don't think he could save him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Is that the worst innings he's played this year?
It's a very low bar.
Can we do impact per game? Like at the end of the game,
Yeah, of
can we go
course.
back and check? Yeah. It'd have to be up there, wouldn't it?
You can check before these.
Oh, you can do it already because you can do it on the projected score.
The projected score. Yeah, I could do it now, I think, and just don't want to
that-
mess it up.
Another short ball into the wicket, gripped a little bit. Looked like it was off the toe, was it? Yeah, right off the toe. He was trying to hit that to fine leg, actually. And he
Yikes.
ended up hitting it to almost mid-wicket completely by accident. That's how bad his day is.
He's been so bad.
So Shubham Dubey is coming out.
Oh, do you remember? I think someone asked a super chat for us recently about like the low value player team. He'd be have to. I think he's secured a spot as an opener.
Oh, I mean, I think that was we already knew that though, didn't we?
Mm. Yeah. Who's the other opener we had? I can't remember now.
Oh, Rahane.
Good shot.
Okay, so just having a look now. The NFL has 272 games, followed by 13 in the pro season. So what does the IPL have? 80 games, including everything. So it needs to more than triple in size to get to it. On top of that, it needs to do it without losing the value per game, because that's the other thing. So that for me, that's a few years off. But it's possible. It's definitely possible.
So
There's a good
I
podcast
haven't had.
on it, by the way.
So before today, I have Ruturaj has 3 positive innings.
Okay, is it one of
the
those
seventh-
the 70?
We have the 270s, which are positive.
270.
We have the 24-14 versus Mumbai. That was
Oh, what an
fair.
innings.
That was a decent look. Yeah. Had a nosebleed, I think, batting that quick.
He's never really
So his
recovered from it.
impacts. Hold up, I need to do this chronologically. So his impact per innings by game. So we have -11, -3, -4, -12, -3, -4, +2, +10, +14, -6, -1, -3.
Is this one -3?
Sorry?
Is this one -3, or was that the last game?
That was last game. I haven't checked this game yet. I'm just going to do that as we speak.
I mean, this game has to be -15, doesn't it?
It would be
We
quite
can work
low.
this. We can, like, if we just look at it at the moment,
Yeah, I just need to extract the data.
they have scored 100 runs in 12 overs, right? Roughly.
Mm-hmm.
So the overall strike rate is 138 for them as a team, and I'm including extras in that. There's been 1 no ball, 1 3 wides. As Cummins comes in again. It's last ball of his over, and he beats Dubey. Dubey wants to run himself out twice. To be fair, there probably was definitely a single there, but Brevis never moved. But also, I'm not sure
never
why.
take quick singles.
I'm not sure why Dubey tried to run the second time. Okay, so it's 138. If we take him out, so Gaikwad made 15, so that's 80. Yeah, so he made 15, so it's 85. And how many balls is that in? What did I say? It was -21. So
Mm-hmm. Oh, very close, Jared. -16.
ah,
Very, very close. So what we have +5 for Karthik and +6 for Sanju. And -3 for Urvil.
72. So the rest of the team have scored a strike rate of 166, and he scored at a strike rate of 71. Alright, I lost the lid on my pen. That's annoying. Yeah, so -17 or 16 was it?
-16.
-16. So that means, for those who don't know what we're talking about with the impact is, if the projected score was 166, he would bring that down to 150 with that innings.
Yeah.
If you go out, generally the projected score brings your total down about 7 or 8 runs, depending on when it is in the game. It can be higher at different times, but so that's quite an impact.
Do be an impact. What was I going to track? Oh, right. Did we have a quiet 10th over again? Yeah, only 2 runs in the 10th over. It's the new obsession now. Goodbye 13th over. Hello 10th over.
13th over is dead to us.
Yeah. Only 2 runs for the 10th over though. That's crazy.
I can't get over the fact that he was almost a full runner ball worse than the rest of his team combined.
Yeah, that's crazy.
His strike rate in this game is the same as Stephen Fleming's in his ODI career. I'm sure they'll share a laugh about that later.
Mm-hmm.
Ruger has a question for you, Varun.
How do we calculate impact? So it's based off a version of Duckworth-Lewis. I believe the exact formula would be like exponential decay, and then you predict based on the resources you have what's the predicted pass score, and then I've adjusted it for errors as well. So we are taking impact sub into errors. So the default pass score, for example, would be 183 at the start. And depending on how quick or slow you go, that will change as the innings go. So impact is basically the difference between what's the power after the ball and what's the difference between the power before the ball. That's what we're tracking essentially. And when you aggregate it for a game, season, career, whatever we need it to be.
This one is whacked away on the leg side. There's another question someone asked as well. Oh, yeah, here you go. What is the most negative impact knock in this IPL?
What is the most negative knock in the IPL?
I'm assuming Cambodge's bowling would be the worst. Was it Cambodge? Tiagi. Who was the one who went for the 4 6s twice?
Went for the 4 6s twice. Yeah, that was Cambodia.
Yeah, Cambodge. For some reason, I suddenly doubted myself there.
So usually with impact, the most negative knocks often are early wickets and high chases because it completely shifts. So I have Jaiswal's 205 has the worst knock so far.
What's the worst impact knock over, let's say, 15 balls?
15 balls would be... So Smaran versus Gujarat, minus 21. We have Jurel versus Punjab. We only made 16 of 20. That's minus 19-ish. Raghuvanshi versus Rajasthan again, minus 19-ish. Liam Livingston versus Lucknow. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Minus 18 for that.
And then because he went out and all the other guys afterwards scored. Because there was that big partnership, wasn't there, right after he went out in that game?
Yeah. That was a good game.
Should I?
I think the average impact's like minus 1.7 before today per innings.
That's not as bad as I would have thought it would have been.
Yeah, because those 3 good knocks brought it up for him.
Yeah, I suppose. And I missed one of them live probably, so I didn't quite keep it in my head. As, well, I said Nitesh Reddy wasn't a spinner. He's tried to bowl a spin delivery here, and that has almost missed the pitch.
Yes.
Just a regular wide.
So Code Noob is asking us, what are the rules for a dead ball? The bowler needs to bowl again. Umpire did dead ball action on 8.3, but don't see it on CricBuzz.
Yes, the ball needs to be bowled again. That ball ceases to exist. It's been expunged from the records.
Yep. Ball by ball data does not exist.
Yep.
One second. Brady is coming into bowl.
Oh, that's a good
Again,
shot
full
from
of ball.
Dubé. Oh,
Really good shot.
Kind of feel like that could have been stopped, but
Yeah.
he timed that so beautifully.
So Shiva Subramanyam is asking us, Cummins is the kind of player who I hate when he plays against my team, but love to watch when he plays against others. He's that good. I don't think he's particularly watchable in T20 cricket.
I was about to say that was exactly what I was about to say. I think he's a really smart player, and I've been watching him for a long time. But that definitely should have been stopped. I don't understand that dive at all. It's like he dived so he could dive.
It's one of those cricket 26 games dives. Where it's like...
But yeah, I wouldn't say that like Cummins is particularly entertaining. I mean, he's just coming in and bowling off cutters. Like, it's
Test
clever.
cricket is sexy to watch when he's on one.
Even then, though, he's very straight.
Yeah, but
Like,
at the top
if
of
you had the choice-
you have to give him bonus.
If you had to watch him or Stark, you'd watch Stark every time, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
When Stark's on one, he's definitely incredibly sexy.
It's a bit like Gus Atkinson, where I'm like, even when he's bowling at his best, I'm like, I'm not that interested in watching him bowl.
Yeah. No, Josh Tongue when he's on one is absolute cinema though, because you don't know what
Exactly.
he's
Josh
going to
Tongue,
bowl.
you don't want to miss that spell, do you? Right?
Yeah.
Bumrah, you don't really want to miss a Bumrah spell. I don't want to miss a Siraj spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, I'm trying to think of someone else here. I'm trying to think
Like
of someone else.
Hazelwood, I think was very
Yeah,
boring.
Hazelwood, great spell, but I'm not rushing to the TV.
Mhm.
If you tell me that Tim Southey's on a spell, right? I'm like, I need to watch that, but I'm not desperate to watch that.
Jimmy's again good, right?
Yeah, both of those I want to watch it. They're not like dragging me there. Whereas if it's, I don't know,
Stuart Broad.
this is a 6 to follow up that 4. This has been a big over. Reddy's really struggling here. Stuart Broad, I wouldn't say Stuart Broad is an entertaining bowler, but if you tell me he's on a spell, I would go and watch it because I assume he's going to take like all the wickets.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
But I watched a lot of Broad bowl and I watched a lot of Anderson bowl. Anderson's so much more fun to bowl. Maybe a bit less so when he became the wobble ball king of the world, but when he was properly swinging the ball in both directions and had the wobble ball, he was like, that was incredible.
Agreed.
Like
I think with
Boovy, I
Anderson-
would say Boovy's a very watchable bowler. Zahir Khan was a
Agreed.
very watchable bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Suranga Lakmal, I really like him as a bowler, but I probably watched like 15 of his test matches and I couldn't tell you anything.
Oh, Shaheen at his best was fun.
That's a watchable bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Shoaib Akhtar, Sean Tate,
Yeah.
Sean Pollock.
Agreed.
I put him more in the Tim Southey one.
Was Glenn McGrath watchable? I haven't seen a lot of his spells. What just happened there?
He hit it straight up in the air.
Oh, that was a
He
misfield.
was beaten by the slower ball and he just bunted it straight up in the air and it went nowhere. Anyway, McGrath was really exciting early on because you felt like it could be a wicket or a play and miss almost any ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the later the innings went on, I would say the much more boring he would become. Whereas Kirtley was probably as exciting as McGrath early on, but Kirtley felt more interesting later on. Courtney Walsh, not an excitable bowler to watch.
I think Shami was fun, more so in the second innings when he's rattling all the stumps when there's this low bounce.
Yeah. I don't want to miss a spell by Shami, but I'm not sure like it will ruin my life if I haven't seen it.
That's fair.
We've got a bunch of people coming in. Brett Lee. Yes, generally, he would be up there.
Dale Steyn is a good shout.
Yeah, Dale Steyn, you definitely wanted to watch his. Srisanth. Yeah, more so the theatrics. Like Srisanth and Andre Nell, I don't even think you care about whether they're good at bowling. You just enjoy the nonsense. Same with Merv Hughes. If Merv Hughes or Andre Nell or Srisanth was taking wickets, you wanted to see that just because like there would be a story that you could tell someone at the end. Right? Like not necessarily exciting. I mean, Srisanth's probably a little bit more exciting than Nell or Merv. But they were so exciting outside of that because there was so much nonsense going on at all times. Like Merv Hughes would put a performance on after every ball.
Someone
Andre Nell would
said
put a performance
Shardul.
on. I mean, as you know, there are those sorts of guys who are lots of fun in. I always thought early career Dan Christian because he bowled really quick, and early career Dan Christian. There was a bit of Romario about him before like. Do you know what I mean? Where you just like, it's probably going to be runs or wickets here. There's a little bit of excitement to his bowling. Dan probably won't be happy to hear that.
I like Malinga defending stuff at his peak. Different spells, of course, but they were always quite fun for me.
Malinga could get really boring though, because no one could hit him.
Yeah, that's fair.
The great death bowlers are actually generally quite boring. I'd probably take Bumrah out of that, but McGrath, Garner, Malinga over different eras. Garner could be fun though, because Garner, if Garner was on one and decided to end a game, he would just rattle a bunch of stumps in a row. And he didn't just do it with Yorkers either. Like have you ever seen the highlights of the is it 75 World Cup final? 79. Might be 79 World Cup final, where he just comes on and it's just like he basically just comes on and goes, "Sorry guys, I'm calling game. I'm a bit tired. I'd like to start the celebrations now." Was it Makram? Very good to watch.
So Andy's asking us, is 210 par hit?
It shouldn't be with this pitch, should it?
Don't think so, but then we're occasionally seeing like 20 run overs as well, so I can't make sense of it.
I think with the lack of pounce the lack of bouncing grip.
Bounce.
I mean, these two could make a mockery and they could make 210. I don't think it's a 210 par from this situation, 4 wickets down with the off-cutters gripping the way they are.
Yeah. The interesting thing is they might actually run out of death bowlers because they try and go for the kill.
Malinga hasn't bowled much though, has he?
There's
this
this
is
third
his
over.
third.
He's only
Yeah,
got
yeah.
one over.
And
He's
he's
got
just been
one.
whacked
Cummins
down
has
the
got
ground
one,
for
right?
6.
Yep.
They've still got Saqib for 2 though. So they could still go Cummins, Malinga and Saqib for the last 4.
Mm-hmm.
Would you bowl Shivan Kumar again?
Do they have a choice?
They don't have to, but he's also been the most economical bowler on this wicket. And it's a wicket that's gripping, which should help wrist spinners.
Yeah, I don't mind it. So
But
Saqib
you
will
do
go
have
too,
Dubé
right?
and you have Brevis, who can maybe hit 20 runs off that over.
Yeah, so if you bowl Shivang, it has to be next over, right?
Yeah, it has to be almost straight away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind it. Then I'm done.
It's risky, but if you get one of these two out, who comes in next? Prashant. Then you go, yeah.
Prashant Killed, yeah.
I think it's worth trying to get a sneaky wicket here.
Yeah,
I don't think you
would
just want
go-
these two big fellas to just stand in the crease and slog for the next 5 overs.
So would you go Shivang and Cummins next and go for the kill?
Shivang and then Cummins. I'd probably go Shivang and Saqib. Knowing that I can use Malinga or Cummins if Shivang gets hammered. So that over, they got 1-6 off it, but that's Malinga's 3 overs for 18.
Yeah. So Shiva Subramanian is asking us, is Ritu auditioning for number 3 spot of the ICT test team? Or he might be auditioning for the ODI team as well. He's doing both at the same time.
I think he's too slow for the ODI team, dude.
Mm-hmm. So Rake Jake is asking, does impact for innings for a player account for the other innings? So Kohli 24 World Cup final innings was a +4, which I expected to be more towards the neutral. So for example, if you take a look at Ritu's innings, all the stuff that's coming after him doesn't count towards his impact.
Yeah.
That's the way I would explain it. And the second innings also wouldn't count towards his impact. It's only what he's done whilst he's not out batting.
But how many wickets did India lose in that innings?
They were 24 for 3?
Yeah. So once you get to 24 for 3, Rake, the expected runs are pretty low from then on in.
Yeah.
Right? You're not expecting to make a lot of runs. This is pulled away from Cummins, and it's just gone over the rope.
Oh, his
4-6.
Cummins has gone himself. I just noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So the best. That's why impact is one of the better stats because it does. I mean, a lot of our other stats also. True average brings that in as well, doesn't it? What the score is at the time.
No, I don't think it does because
Does it?
I haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
Because it's too much noise if you do that. That's why I think I just like impact because we're tracking everything, right? We're tracking game context. We're also tracking season as a general. So
Brevis comes in. It's down the leg side and it's flicked away
That's
for
a
a
4.
couple.
That's a 4, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, for a 4. I'm in a 4. I'm in a
Yeah.
couple less than a 6.
Mm-hmm. So Andy's asking us, does Rutu have a cruise gear or is he Tilak like? I think he's more traditional anchor. Like I think he's just been in terrible form this season. I don't think he's not Tilak. That's the way I would put it. He's a bit like Kohli, but he's a better spin hitter and a worse pace hitter. So maybe more Gill-esque. I think at his best, I think he could do what Gill's been doing and what Sai's been doing, but he's just not been close to that this season.
Brevis hits this out to long on. They'll just take 1.
The Tilak's 1 of 1, isn't he, Jared? Like, I don't know if anyone likes him.
Yeah. Every time I've looked at data, he's so high. He's never in the spot I expect him to be in. And he's never really surrounded by anyone else. Just that last ball still didn't come on that well. So Brevis is 35 off 21 here. And Dubé is 16 from 12. So this is, Cummins has 3 balls left. He got a wicket early on, then was hit for a couple of 6s. And since then, really hasn't been hit all that much at all.
I think he's missed his length.
What, in this over?
Yeah, because there's one like fuller ball, which was the leg side, which they hit for 4, and one was back of the length, right?
Well, I think part of the problem with bowling these slower ball, short balls into this surface is that some bounce and some don't as well. So it's not like some of those other wickets that Cummins has bowled this on where they all keep low and so you can just keep bowling almost any length, right?
Yeah. That's fair.
So 6-4, 1 dot. Dubé's facing him. That could be a wide. Yeah. So we haven't bowled as many wides as I thought we might have. I wonder how many of those wides have been bounces though. That's the 5th one. So Brevis has middled 83% of these, which is pretty good. So again, Cummins fights his way back in that over.
Yeah.
1 ball to go.
So Simple Guy is asking us, would you release Ritu? Which Indian batter otherwise? So Jared, you said you trade him, right? Several times.
I think I said that at the start of the year, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I said that 2 games in. Yeah, what you really want to try and do is trade him to someone who's also desperate for someone like him. You sell him as a reclamation project. You say it didn't quite work here. You say, oh, we batted him in the wrong spot. You do whatever you have to do to try and make it work. That's what you should do. That's what general managers and people who run cricket teams should be doing.
Yeah.
He has had good years, right? He wasn't paid 18 crore by accident. Or was he?
I think both the tournament wins he was integral to CSK, wasn't he? So
But my issue with him, and I've said this a lot, is less to do with his form this year. He's just on the wrong age curve.
Yeah.
I probably
think
would
it's also the wrong
tried
role
to trade
for
him before this year. Sorry, what were you saying?
I think it's also the wrong role for him, isn't it? He shouldn't be opening. That's what I would probably, if I'm Chen, I'd probably try to see if I can make him work in the middle order before releasing him. You just swap things around, wouldn't you?
Okay. So they're not actually trying to win the title next year, are they?
Probably not. I don't see how they will.
Right. So can you make the claim that the best option then, Varun, is for him to, you bat him in the middle order as a reclamation project. You try and use him when it's going to work really well, and you pump up his trade value and then trade him.
So you're saying you 2024 Shreyas Iyer him?
I'm saying you 2020. Well, isn't that the opposite though?
No, because he was only coming in when it suited him, right? He wasn't.
Oh
coming
yeah,
in all
yeah.
the
No,
time.
you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
but they were trying to pump up his trade volume, weren't they?
Shreyas might have. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's what you try and do, and try and get something out of him. You know, use him in the best way possible. Set the whole thing up, and then see how it goes. I mean, chances are, you know, or you put him out on the trade market this year, and you see what you can get in the off season.
Fair. I think that's a fair point. So if you're Chennai, what's the top 4 you could go for? Would you keep Sanju as an opener, or could you try Matre and Urvil to open, Sanju 3, and then Ruturaj at 4?
I'd probably keep Sanju. I think I want one more experienced player out there as much as possible, rather than starting with the 2 kids.
Fair.
Yeah. And who'd you have it for? Karthik.
Yeah, because how'd that work? Because then the top 4 you'd need to play those 4 plus Karthik, so Karthik would be 5 then.
Who's 4 at the moment?
Karthik's 4 at the moment. That's because they don't have Matre, right?
Oh yeah, of course. No, but you take Gaikwad out of this,
Oh, if you take him out, then he's 4. Yeah.
and then you've got Gaikwad, Brevis, Dubé. Am I missing someone else? Prashant, if he's any good.
Overton.
Overton.
They
Starting
said they have Ellis back. Yeah.
I mean, the problem with Overton is you're only getting a couple of years out of Overton, right? He's quite old and very injury prone. But in the next couple of years, yeah. So I think the trade, and I think we've said this a lot, is the trade is probably to KKR, right?
I think we also said, who do they give back?
Yeah. But is it worth just getting an 18 crore player off your books?
That's fair. So, but what would KKR have a surplus of that you would need? Essentially, right?
Can you get Anakul?
Maybe. Let's say.
Gaikwad?
What would be? Yeah. Well, could you just go for like, what's the one? Let's say you get like 9 crores worth of trade players and 9 crores frees up in your purse, right? Could
Yeah.
you potentially do that?
Yeah, I think there's no regulations around the trades, right? You can trade Gaikwad for a packet of biscuits. I don't know if you get a nice
What's
packet
his
of biscuits
name?
back.
Tejasvi Dahiya, I want to say. I've heard good things about him at KKR.
Who?
Tejasvi Dahiya?
Oh, it can't be anyone who's young and good from them. Their problem is they don't have any young players as well. Trade him from
No, they
Rahane.
have him. They just refuse to play him.
Rubu says England had high intent players because they had a lot of number 8s. India now has high intent players because of impact sub. SA batters have slowed down recently because of lack of them. Would you guys agree? As Deepak is back, look at him. What the beast? What were you lifting?
Yes.
150? 160?
I've seen
Grams?
5 kilos, 10 kilos, nothing beyond that, right? So how much do you lift?
I don't lift.
You don't do? weights
I
at
don't even
all?
go to a gym.
Like, why were you so, like, when we were discussing the whole thing today, the first condition that you said was that there should be a gym in the hotel, right? So
what do I do? You know what I do? What are my 2 major exercises?
So running and then push-ups.
Right. So I can do push-ups anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Can I run on the streets of Dubai?
Why not?
I'll fucking die. I can barely walk on the streets of Dubai.
Is it that hot for you?
Is that hot for anyone? I don't think I've ever seen anyone jogging around Dubai.
Understandable.
What's the temperature today? Let's have a look.
So,
Oh, it's quite cool at the
Maybe-
moment.
so
Oh, it's
maybe
only
it might
30 odd at the moment. This is not a bad time of the year. Maybe I could.
Yeah. I just thought they're maybe like you kind of doubling.
There's
down
also
on
no
it.
real
lucky
footpaths
for
in Dubai.
Yeah.
Mm.
There are some,
So-
yeah, but yeah, no, it would be better to.
And also, like Jared would not risk getting mobbed by the people on the streets, right?
I'm not sure I'm getting mobbed in Dubai.
There's a good possibility of that happening, actually. There's so many working Asians there, and I would say like people with deep interest in cricket. So there's a very good possibility that might happen. That you might bump into the group of some random Asians whom you might have erged in your past life.
I
with
can
some of
tell
your-
you the two places. Yeah, I think these are the only two. I can tell you the two places that I think are potential of that happening in. Bengaluru and Islamabad.
Bengaluru for sure. Like even in Delhi, there's a very high potential of that happening. Like
I don't remember
actually,
anyone recognizing me in Delhi. Do you? I can't remember anyone recognizing me there.
It happened a couple of times when we went to have those.
I
chola
did get
bhaturas at
recognized at Frankfurt Airport on the way home, but I don't remember anyone in Delhi.
So Delhi, we were in this area called Horsecars Village with Jared, and there was a bunch of people sitting behind Jared's back, and they were like, "Guys, do you even realize this is the same famous guy, Jared Kimber?"
I don't remember that.
Yes, when we
Where
were
was
sitting
that?
with Arya. When we were sitting with Arya.
In the
We
nightclub.
two- Yes, not in the client club, in the bar.
Yeah, or whatever it was. The
Yeah, the rooftop bar. Yes. The people sitting at the back, they suddenly, you people realize that it's Jared Kimber.
Oh,
They
okay,
didn't.
That,
they
that I
they
didn't know.
want to-
Okay, I didn't even pick that up.
they didn't want to disturb you. They didn't want
Well-
to bump into you because you were kind of having a good conversation at that time. You were a little drunk also. Maybe they might be a little scared.
Be scared of me when I'm sober. I'm not that much different.
So you were
Um,
in the middle of a very animated discussion, and suddenly there were whispers like, "Do you even remember? Do you even recognize this is the same guy, Jared Kimber?" That's what they said.
Oh, okay. No, I don't remember that at all. I'm trying to remember if I was. I can't remember being recognized there. I get recognized a lot in airports, and I don't know if I just have airport face cut, but most of my things seem to be around airports. So I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Understandable. So even when we went to have those chola bhaturas at that famous place of Virat Kohli, like which Virat Kohli really likes, we bumped into few people who
Sure.
really,
Yeah, you're right. I did forget that. Yeah.
even there also they recognized you. In fact, they managed to even recognize me also.
Yeah. I mean, that just shows how big a nerd my fan base is if they know who you are.
Imagine. And like Jared was in the middle of having those chola bhaturas. He was all over the place, and suddenly a couple of people.
That was great.
I don't
food.
think we actually answered the question, by the way.
Oh. England had number 8s. No, I think England was probably more to do with the domestic cricket and everyone smashing the ball in 40 over cricket and then realizing they could smash the ball consistently. And then all-rounders probably helped. India has high intent players because of the impact sub. I think India had worked it out before the impact sub. They just fucked up the World Cup in Australia. And South African batters have slowed down recently. I don't think South African batters have slowed down. I think South African batters have always been slow.
Yeah.
Jared has done a piece also on that, right? Like
Yeah.
why they have kind of messed up with all the big matches.
I think they just fundamentally, that's just how they think it should be played. Talking about someone who I hope is
Some
never going to do this,
shot.
who's been dropped on the rope. I'm not sure he was dropped.
I
Might have gone
don't
through his
think it
hands.
was dropped.
Is that
Was he? I
Shivang down
couldn't-
there? Who was on the rope?
No, I don't think so. I couldn't recognize him.
It was a great pull shot from Brevis. He made incredible contact on it, but it was very low. And no, that's a
Nah,
Rob. That's a
not
Rob Barron drop. It's not a real drop.
Not even Rob Aaron's drop, I would say.
Check the group.
Surely
Everything
not
is a Rob Barron drop.
But like he didn't even get his fingertips through that, right?
That was almost a cheerleader killer.
Brevis has played well.
Yeah, really well.
So,
Yeah.
am I kind of hallucinating or what? Like I saw
Always.
a couple of Chennai trainers giving throwdowns to a batter during the match itself. Like what was that? At the boundary row.
No. You mean that we're finally catching up with what we should have done for ages?
Is it even allowed that during a match that they can actually intrude the boundary?
Of course you could do it. No one's ever told you can't do it. Oh, he's bowled him.
No one does
Brevis
it.
is gone.
Ooh.
This is a really good little matchup actually. It's a slow ball bowler on a slow ball surface up against Brevis. And Isham Malinga has finally won that after being whacked for that 6 and almost getting done there. But this is now tricky for them because they need a lot of runs off the last couple of overs.
Yeah.
So who's this
Rudra
who's
Patel
basically
is-
practicing? Like who's that batter?
I
Who's
didn't see it,
practicing?
sorry, mate.
Oh, it's a pace on
Because
delivery.
he's not even
That reversed.
Yeah.
Yes. Kind of gripped on the surface also, I would say.
I think everything's gripping on the surface, but yeah, definitely reversed a bit too.
Mm-hmm. So Rudra Patel is asking us who's had the most impactful performance this year. According to Impact, it's Bhuvi.
Yeah.
Oh no, I mean I think he
Exactly.
means in one game.
Yeah, that's
We
what
know-
I'm saying. I mean Bhuvi.
Oh, okay. There was a game where he went nuts.
I think the Delhi game.
On Impact, Deepak, what do you think Gaikwad's impact was for this game?
Minus 20.
Minus 16.
Yeah, should be around that only. It's horrible knock. Yeah, 21 ball 16 from a captain batting for good 12 overs or what?
So we worked it out at the time. When he went out, his strike rate was 71. The rest of the team, including the extras and everything, was striking at 166.
Horrible. When he gets stuck, he just gets stuck. That's the whole thing.
So in that
is
game,
most of the
Bhuvi had
time.
an impact of 63, Jared.
Jesus.
Yeah. That was a game where they were like 12 for 6 one. They were is it 9 for 6
Yeah.
or something.
8 for
He
6.
killed the game.
8 for
basically.
6.
8 for 6, yes, of
8 for
course.
6, yeah.
Yep. Then we have
So
the
I
Mohsin
went-
5 for 50 as well.
So
That was
like
fun.
my daughter was craving for something, so we just went to the market. And on the way back, I had checked into the grocery store and saw the score like 7 for 5. I was like, am I hallucinating or what? Like, what the hell
You
is
sent
this?
me like 100 messages, I remember.
Yeah. I was like, Jared, what the hell happened? I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. So the next most is KL Rahul's 150 odd.
So what was the impact in that match?
55.86.
Ooh.
So Simple Guy is asking, Matra and Sarfraz are not in the playing 11 bowlers. I assume this was when we were
This
talking about the team.
Batter, yeah, he's not even in his regulars. So why the hell you would knock?
Simple Guy, what?
Matra is
What's this
injured,
about?
no?
I'm a bit
Matra
lost.
is not even in the
Yeah. And Sarfraz
squad
has been
now.
terrible. I think he's just not been doing. He's not done anything with his spin. And that's a fault.
Sarfaraz has killed his chances forever now with this IPL, I
Yeah.
would say.
You think?
See,
Indeed.
are you able to see that visuals? Like the guy is
Oh,
not
yeah,
even in
no.
his regulars. So why would you even knock?
No, I think that's
And
one of
good.
the stock footage things this stream does.
Yeah. That's not the game that you're looking at.
That's not the game.
Yeah.
That's before the game, I think.
Have you never noticed this before?
No.
It was
They
randomly
go to
cut
just
away.
random stock footage after a boundary on our stream.
Mhm.
And none of
Ah,
us know why.
That's the whole thing. Didn't make any sense to me. Why the hell they would do that?
Yeah. No, so watch this. Oh, I say watch this. He's not going to hit a boundary here. Although he should have because it was a full
Ooh.
toss. Shakib's got away with that one. So after
Uwe
a
is
boundary,
doing all over
and
the
sometimes
place.
after a wicket, they cut straight to this like stock footage that they have taken earlier in the day that makes no sense. And when did they do it the other day? I don't know, were you on with me, Varun, when I was calling the ball? And then he hadn't
Yes.
even finished. It was Raghavanshi, Deepak. He hadn't finished playing the shot. And I was like, oh, and he drive. And then we had no idea whether he'd hit the ball, missed the ball, where it had gone, because they were just showing the crowd from
I think
hours
one was like,
ago.
that was swinging in. We were like, how do you even possibly know that?
And I think the footage that they're showing is Dubey having the nets, not having the knockdown. So like maybe.
Oh, so I
tactically,
see
the
what
kind
you're
of-
saying. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's from before the day.
Yeah.
Now I
It might
understand
be
why you were
the
so confused because it's on the field. I thought you meant
yes.
inside the boundary, but you mean actually on the playing side of the boundary.
So Prithvi's asking, this feels like a Dubai bowling pitch. He's about to be 2 for 20 in 2 overs. Anything 170 plus should trouble SRH batting with our intent. Although Chennai's bowling is not in good form. They've been in great form. The bowling is the only reason they're actually winning anything. That and Samson.
I can't see how it's a Dubé pitch though because
And
he's
Dubey
not
is
really
gone.
a slower ball bowler. Is he?
Dubey is gone now.
I mean,
Or slow
it's probably
ball.
his default bowlers. I mean, we know what Dubai's bowling is, right? It's 1 for 7 or none for 25 and an over.
Sometimes both.
So we didn't even get the footage of Dubey's dismissal, right?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I was glad. I was about to ask you the same thing. Slow ball, bowled at the top of the stumps. Let's get
That
low
spun.
again.
That also
Spun and kept low.
Yeah.
It has happened for the
So the-
second time. Like even Urvin
think that's
dismissal
Dev.
was like that only, right? Where it gripped and turned.
So do you think shots are more comfortable, but cricketers were lower because of its roots being a gentleman's game?
I can give you the answer to this if you want, because there is a very specific reason. So in the 90s in Victoria, they decided that cricketers should wear shorts
Yes.
because they thought more people would come in to watch the game if players wore shorts. Varun, that's a thing that they actually believed. So the Victorian team were the one who did it, and they all the players opted to go back to trousers. And the reason is that you're sliding on grass all day. And sliding on grass is really, really bad. It's fine if you're on a football pitch, Aussie rules, rugby, soccer, those sorts of things. Grass is much longer. But on a cricket ground, you have the pitches. And if you slide on a pitch in shorts, and anyone, me and Deepak have probably done it before, it burns the hair off your body. And it cuts you, and you bleed, and you bleed, and you bleed.
So it's a very, very bad bruise.
Yeah.
So
and
by that logic, should you never always be fielding with full sleeves as well?
Yeah, there's an element, although you're much more likely, if you think about it with your body, Deepak, Varun, sorry, you're much more likely to be sliding with your calf, thigh, hip area than you are your arm hitting the ground. But I've always worn long sleeves for that reason. I dive when I field, and if you don't, you end up with half the skin off your elbow every game.
Yeah.
And that was on good Australian grounds, you know.
Oh my god.
God.
There was an overthrow, then there was a misfield again.
They misfielded the overthrow, my guys. I hadn't even got around to saying, I can't believe they got an overthrow here, and then he missed it.
So Coach Athar was asking, how will you rate
this
Chennai's
IPL
bowling here? Who can make the best use of the strip, and will you change the pitch? So Akhil should be
Dew hasn't played a
kind of
role.
important.
I don't think so. Dew has played a role this year, so
I don't know
Yeah.
if any of the seamers naturally suit this, because Kamboj is very pace on, isn't he?
hit the deck kind of a bowler.
So is Mukesh. He likes swing.
I think, honestly speaking, Akhil should like the surface, the ball gripping.
Akhil, Noor.
Yeah, both of them
Who's
should be
that?
good. But they don't really have the ideal seam bowling for this
They
pitch.
don't have a slow ball bowlers.
Yes.
Just on the shorts versus trousers, as this one is sliced over backward point for 4. Bowlers specifically hated them because anytime they tried to field a ball, they were on the pitch, and that was a big problem. Anyone fielding in the ring despised them for the same reason, because you had all the other surfaces there, and they don't make any sense when you're batting. Anyone who's ever batted in shorts in the nets will tell you that if you start to run in the nets, you just end up with it. It gets all sweaty and weird, and the pads slide around a little bit more. The trousers actually help you keep your pads a little bit more securely in place when you're running specifically. There's just multiple reasons. So it was a gentleman's reason that it started, but the way the sport is played, it actually makes more sense to use trousers than it does shorts. You could make an argument that some outfielders at times could wear shorts. So there doesn't need to be a rule that says you can't use them, but I could tell you most fielders would opt not to do them.
I saw the footage of that Victoria game. I think Damon Fleming was also bowling in the shots, and seriously, I was like, am I daydreaming or what? Like, I just saw it recently, maybe like 3-4 months
Also,
back. and I
Damien
was like,
Fleming, not great legs.
Yeah, we need Samba and Hedy in shots.
I need to apologize to all the Flemings on this watch-along today.
And
Sorry.
seriously, I was like,
Ganguly
what?
is-
It was 95 or 96, I guess. 95, 94.
I think it was 94, 93, 94. So they brought in the names of the teams, which to be fair has worked, right? All teams have names now. But so it was the Victorian cricket team, which became the Victorian Bushrangers. Weirdly enough, they don't use those names anymore. But all the kit I ever had was in Bushrangers. So they brought that in. They started marketing it really, really well. People really watched domestic cricket, 50 over cricket on the TV at that stage in Australia.
Yes. Even in India, there used to be highlights of those matches.
Yeah, and they were really well filmed and everything, and there were some great games. So they were ahead of everything. And then they tried the shorts, and there's a couple of other things they did. And just after that would have been the yellow and orange balls as well, and day-night first-class cricket, all in that period. And most of it was Victorian-based, because the Cricket Australia was based in Melbourne, so they kind of pushed it around.
But like, Jared, one thing, when I was growing up, way back in '96, county cricket, the Shifrin Shield, all these games were getting covered, even in Indian on Indian television also. I've seen a lot of those stuffs growing up. I clearly remember. I have clear visuals of Pollock taking those 4 wickets in 4 balls in domestic in county cricket. But why the hell all that vanished? Why we don't see all those things on TV anymore?
Because no Indians are involved.
At that time, also hardly any Indians were involved, right?
Yeah, but you guys weren't filming all your games. You needed cricket content for cable TV at the start.
Oh, so that's why the star sports of the world were kind of investing at that time.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't have paid that much money for any of that stuff, right?
Makes sense. But the production quality was top notch. It was beautifully done.
Started the last over. Hingay's bowled 2 wides, and then they steal a 2.
But I don't think so. Anybody covers county cricket now, because I see most of those videos on YouTube, like coverages on YouTube, live streaming.
Have you seen the views on them?
Not exactly. I'm not.
Views are incredible.
But like, why then nobody's kind of investing any money in bringing that up to that level the way it used to be 30 years back?
No. Lancashire has an incredible TV setup. The Oval, most of those are multi-camera setups.
But why not everyone? Because if it was so good 30 years back, why the hell did it?
But it wasn't all the games that were broadcast 30 years back. It would have been the limited overs game. So the limited overs stuff over here is still broadcast pretty well. It's not quite the international level, but if you watch a blast game or a 50 over game, they're pretty well broadcast. They do the odd first class game as well. Still, they probably do about 4-6 games a year. So
that's a very good point, because at that time also it was the ODI cricket, 40 overs games from the from the county cricket which were getting broadcasted, and from Australia also it was the ODI, I would say the white ball cricket which was getting broadcasted. So it makes total sense.
Rubu says, which is the most true? Pat Cummins is always relatively economical because he is smart, he's experienced, he's skilled, he has a brand power like Bumrah, he cares about the environment. I'd say it's a combination of 1 and 3. A little bit of 2, and maybe a little bit of 5. As Prashant gets this down the ground for a boundary. Oh, they needed that. I mean, it may not help, but they needed that anyway.
Finally.
Laughing at Nothing says, pitcher suiting slower bowling should Dubé bowl. Okay, it's not suiting slower bowling. It's suiting slower balls. Which is very, very different. So sometimes you do get a pitch for whatever reason that slow ballers can be hard to get away on a surface. This is specifically a pitch that at the moment is suiting bowlers who are very good at bowling slower balls. Shivam Dubé can bowl slower balls, but it's not really his best delivery. His best delivery is probably pace on swinging, right?
And also into the deck.
Then into the deck, right? So into the deck, he might get a little bit out of the surface. He might be their seamer that is best suited to it, although Spencer Johnson can go into the surface as well. But none of these guys are slower ball bowlers. Whereas if you look at the Sunrisers team, Saqib and Eshan are like slower ball specialists, and Pat Cummins can become a slower ball specialist whenever he wants to be. And so far, they've gone for 7 runs and over, 6.5 runs and over, and 8.5 runs and over. The guys are not like that. Oh, is this going to be out? No, it's going to be dropped. So. Oh, he's taken it. Has he?
Yes. He's taken it. Prashant, I think he hasn't bowled a ball in this IPL, right? and he was supposed to be Jadeja replacement.
So ridiculous that they haven't bowled him this year. He's gone for a big slog across the line here, and there's just no pace on this. It's gone straight up in the air, and Hingay, who's fielded terribly at times this year, takes a really good catch. Oh, that's why I thought they might look at this. No, they won't, because Pat Cummins saved it. He takes the catch, Deepak, and I couldn't see the ball in his hands. And what he did is he realized he was going to put his hands on the ground after taking the catch. So he flicked it up in the air, and Cummins came around and completed the catch. That is very smart cricket from those two men. Having said that, Hingay may have wanted to tell Pat Cummins he was going to do that before he did it. But if that hits the ground and Cummins doesn't catch it, I'm giving that not out.
Definitely, because he was not in the control of the ball.
Perfect. I'm glad we both agree. Anyway, they made 180 after 7 overs here, so the chase will be 181. It doesn't... It means a lot for both these teams. It feels like this is a tough wicket. It's definitely an inconsistent surface. I do think Sunrisers bowlers suited a lot more. Also, I thought it was at its absolute best for batting against the new ball. And the problem is that Sunrisers stay in for 6 overs against the new ball. They might make 180 just from those 6 overs. And so it may be over. But we'll come back after the break with more on combox.tv.
Thank you.
You're watching every game this season. Every 6, every wicket, every battle. But the final, you watch with me.
Stars Play, in partnership with Combox, presents the ultimate IPL final watch party.
31st May at the Coca-Cola Arena.
With legendary cricketers Robin Uthappa, Sreesanth, Angelo Matthews, and Universe boss Chris Gale. Buy your tickets now at Coca-ColaArena.com or PlatinumList.net.
Greatest image in cricket. If you were a sculptor, then it might be a perfect elbow-up cover drive. If you're filming, it would probably be a bowler leaping at the crease. And if you're painting, the entire scene of a ground is majestic. But there is something about stumps splattered from a fast bowler. The rawness, carnage, finality. They were there, the batter was supposed to protect them, and now it's a wooden massacre. They sit splayed, the bails are fuck knows where, and the batter is terrified of looking back. If you are in a ground, the biggest reaction of any crowd is always for a bold. It's primal. And this year in the IPL, you are less likely to see one than ever before. One of our sport's greatest events is disappearing and being replaced by wides. The best thing in cricket, replaced by the worst. This is my Lotus sofa from FlexiSpot. I got it to watch cricket on. That has not happened yet. I know the Lotus sofa offers adjustable recline that goes down to 145 degrees, but I can't show you that because my cats are always on this chair. It also has full body support with spacious seats. Clearly, this also means the same for the cats because look at them. It has smooth movement. Well, I think it does. The cats basically just lay here. It comes with hidden storage, and no, I'm not putting a cat in there. This chair can hold 159 kilograms. But we've not stress tested it yet because mostly it has either 3.1 or 4.3 kilograms, or maybe the two of them combined. So what we have here is a sofa ideal for watching cricket, I think, but even better for sleeping 18 hours a day. Head over to FlexiSpot and pick up your Lotus sofa right now to please your cat today. Cricket used to be government run. Sure, there was a slight difference, but it was a not-for-profit style. It was essentially run for grey men in old boy blazers to sit in private dining rooms and get their friends free tickets. It was not really marketed or monetized. It existed and paid for itself, and that was all that anyone needed from the sport. But cricket is now at the whims of free markets and is a billion-dollar industry. The players get paid, probably still under their worth, but decent professional athlete wages. They work for billionaires, not cricket administrators all the time. And the future of this game is no longer in committees, but instead moves on the whims of the market cycle. This has affected how cricket is played on the field. In the early 2000s, teams looked at Moneyball as a template for limited overs cricket. England even used it in tests. And TV companies like Supersport and Channels 4 and 9 brought in gimmicks that eventually changed the sport on the pitch and became playing conditions. Then, through the Rajasthan Royals' early analysis, cricket changed on the field at a rapid rate. Matchups are now an old cricket phrase that your uncle moans about. And what the IPL did was not invent new cricket tactics, but franchise them. Players and coaches move around the world in other leagues. They're sponges, mopping up tips and tricks, and now they have the budget and the time to use them at this level. Most non-Indian franchises don't have the time to think about what they are doing beforehand due to their low budgets. IPL teams spend months preparing for their league. New Zealand cricketers would do similar things in the 80s, but they would be taking their ideas from local cricket and fitting them in between jobs of teaching or driving cabs. The current brain trusts in the IPL are like cricket's first funded strategic think tanks. But even with all that money, brains and time, the IPL was not all that much different from any other league on the field. And that simply will not do when you are the most expensive show in town. So after the hundreds tinkering and the Big Bash's random experiments, the IPL had the impact sub. According to the officials at the time, a number of team sports allow teams to make tactical substitutes, i.e. football, rugby, basketball, baseball. The substitute is allowed to perform or participate like any regular player. What is interesting about this change is that the unintended consequences were never tested in other lower leagues. The impact sub came into the SMAT, India's second T20 league, in the same year. And even more incredibly, after bumping the rates up, it left, but leaving the runs per over at the elevated level. There is an argument to be made by many, and me frequently, that batters have been held back by orthodoxy way too much. The impact sub, along with the natural elevation of run scoring, T20, and even baseball, has thrown that out the window. Batters know that they can score quicker now, and they're going for it. The impact sub going away might slow the rise, but not drop it to the previous levels. Toothpaste does not easily go back into the tube. There is no way those involved in the rule could have believed that it would move this quickly, to the point where the chase for 300 scores now seems inevitable, and once breached, will be consistently scaled. It took the free market and breaking up of traditional cricket to get here, an experimental, half-thought-out rule change that has led to the greatest period of runflation in cricket history. A few years back, the NBA had a problem. People stopped dunking on fast breaks. It is hard to dunk the ball in the league because there are a lot of very tall men to jump over. So the easiest time to do it is when there is a steal or a rebound that turns into a fast break. And once the offensive player has the ball and is ahead, there is little anyone can do to stop their highlight play. So defenses took an idea from European basketball and would simply grab a player in a non-traditional manner to make sure that the referee saw it and called the foul. They were willing to give up one foul to stop 2 automatic points. The reason was to slow scoring, but it also stopped dunking, which is one of basketball's main attractions. So the NBA introduced a rule that any foul like this resulted in a free throw from your best shooter, and then you got the ball back. Now there was no reason to make this foul, as it would end up sometimes with more points being scored. So it stopped, and the dunks came back. Years ago, a cricketer pointed out to me that Chris Gayle had a huge amount of wides delivered to him. And I checked, and he was completely right. At a certain time in the innings, it made more sense to deliver a wide to him than let him reach the ball. Not long after that, many players got the same treatment. Wide Yorkers just became a part of cricket. And West Indians seem to almost be on the top of these lists. No one wanted to bowl anywhere near them. But it also makes sense for all of cricket. While players have been better at hitting over the offside, usually power hits go to leg, and that's where the sixes are hit. So bowling in T20 has been moving wider every year. When DRS was introduced in cricket, many people opposed it. It wasn't their cricket. It took a long time, nothing seemed to be sliding down the leg side, and the technology was clearly not perfect. It was just all wrong for them. And many thought we could go back to a simpler time, when the TV audience knew that the ball was out, but the umpire didn't. That, of course, could never happen. But the fact that no balls and wides weren't called with that technology was also strange. So many mistakes were made by umpires, especially on wides, as batters move around the crease so much. It is the correct decision to review wides. It is also the worst moment in cricket. There is almost a dread that cricket fans have the moment a wide ball is bowled, and either the keeper or batter looks annoyed at the call. You know what is coming. Time is about to stop still while grainy Patterson-Gimlin type footage and 1970s TV graphics appear on the screen. Some poor technician is trying to find the batter's toe. The ball is blurry off near a weirdly drawn blue line, and for some reason, the entire thing takes 3 times longer than any other DRS decision. And the pain of watching this is always worse because you know, next ball there will be another wide, and someone else would disagree with the decision, and the whole thing could happen again. In what is the fastest moving format of cricket, we have managed to make time stand still. Mitchell Starc delivers a wide basically every 2 overs in the IPL, whereas Washington Sundar takes 12 overs to deliver one. And being that he rarely bowls anymore means he might even deliver one every year. Clearly, there are different kinds of bowlers who are more likely to deliver them. Most at the top are swing bowlers. It's an occupational hazard of that art. But the most interesting person here might be Kieron Pollard, a bowler who didn't swing it that much, but was always ahead of the game tactically. And he was one of the first bowlers to consistently bowl wide, and probably one of the first batters to have this delivered to him. So Pollard would bowl very wide, and not even just at the death, and was also happy to bowl bouncers as well. At that time, Pollard was going against the grain. Now, everyone is on his side. There are 74 games in the IPL now, and that was obviously not always the case. But that many matches has happened before, from 2011 to 2013, and at that stage we were looking at 600 wides delivered. In the last few years, it's been around 800. If you look at balls per no ball, there is no strong pattern here. It bounces around. But after 2018, bowlers' front foots started crossing the line more. But after the impact sub, bowlers are not delivering them again. Compare that with wides. There used to be one every 5 overs, and now we are down to every 3. It is hard to look at this and not think the bowlers have made a conscious decision to uncouple themselves from the stumps. But let's split that up. Yes, wides are happening more all game through, but not massively. It used to be that the wide rate was roughly the same no matter when in the game you bowled them. That is no longer true. After 2016, we have seen every year there is a clear separation. And of recent times at the death, we have more than doubled the amount. There is a wide every 2 overs, which is the same rate of Mitch Starc, the widest bowler in the league. Wides in the death are now an epidemic. And that is not always going to be pretty. The Kedar Yadav sidearm sling is not fun to watch. Mark Watt's 30-yard delivery is clever, but that's it. Dwayne Bravo around the wicket backheel Yorkers is miserly and boring. But that is the job of these bowlers, to stop runs. So they are already the party poopers of this format. But we can accept them in this role even if it stops some fun. Even the wide Yorker, sure it is a bit boring at times, but when delivered correctly, it feels like a genuine part of the natural battle between bat and ball. But there is no way to deliver this without bowling the occasional wide. To make the idea work, it has to be well...
You're watching every game this season. Every 6, every wicket, every bat hit. But the final, you watch with me.
Stars Play, in partnership with Combox, presents the ultimate IPL final watch party
31st May at the Coca-Cola Arena.
with legendary cricketers Robin Uthappa, Sreesanth, Angelo Matthews, and Universe boss Chris Gale. Buy your tickets now at Coca-ColaArena.com or PlatinumList.net.
Welcome to Combox. Jared and Rob are here with you. Rob,
Hi.
you had a bet on Irville to hit the most sixes?
No, not in this game.
Phew.
No, they shortened him loads after I backed him the first time, and they realised that he was actually really good at hitting sixes.
Did you have any good bets there?
Yeah, I've been quite busy, so I've only had an eye on it. This is I want Chennai most fours and SRH most sixes, and I honestly think that both of them are about 50-50, but they could easily both win and they could easily both lose at this sort
You
of
don't
time.
have that as a double. You have those separate.
I have it as a double as well. I think this is a pitch where you want to bomb it because you're never in, and you can't really trust the bounce. And slower balls and cutters are horrible, and so going long for the balls you like, you can just belt through the line, I think. And the ones you don't like, I don't know. It felt like there was always going to be one with your name on, which everybody getting double figures and nobody getting 50 kind of tells you the story for the pitch. What did you think?
I just thought that it was going to be harder and harder to score the longer that game went on. And that essentially you just want probably spinners, but most probably slow ball bowlers to roll their fingers over it and it just gets stuck. I also thought that there was a little bit there of the variable bounce coming in from both ends. That probably stopped towards the end when the ball got soft, but was definitely there more towards the start.
Yeah, I think the scorecard tells you kind of what the pitch was doing, really. Like half.
What
of
does
them got
Gaikwad tell you?
So Gaikwad almost had his favourite thing, but the pitch was slightly too tricky for him to do the runner ball because basically he was at the other end and then Sanju was whacking it and then he got out and then Ervil did what he always does and went 6-6 out. And both those times he's like, well, I have to slow down now. And then Karthik came in and he went 6-6 out and he was like, well, I got to slow down again. But by the time he'd slowed down again, his strike rate had gone from 100 to 70 and then you might as well just get out. And he tried to slog out and got caught. That was his worst innings so far, I think.
Minus 16 impact.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Which is probably flattering.
And from your captain, you don't really need that. Nor's going to be pretty crucial here, I think, because he's not been going for many runs.
Well, the issue that CSK have is they don't have a lot of slow ball bowlers.
No. I think Cambodge is going to have to bring it.
Can he bring it? How did he go last game?
Not great.
He brought something.
Economy of 25, was it? 24?
He went for, what, 48 runs in 8 balls?
4 balls.
Felt like 4 balls.
He he went for 4 sixes in a row in 2 separate overs, which is very special. But he's going to get the first over here. No, he's not. Mukesh Chowdhury is.
Yeah, Mukesh Chowdhury is bowling. So he's been subbed in for Karthik Sharma.
Yeah. Let me get you the Mukesh Chowdhury.
Do you know, it's one of those things where I understand the idea of not having of getting off Karthik Sharma if they don't think he's a good fielder. But don't they, as a young player, don't you want him to be out there getting as much experience, talking to people, fielding?
I think that for Suyvanshi, right?
That's why I brought it up, actually.
Big
Although,
time.
having watched him field yesterday, maybe get the fucker off.
No, but all of them should have got off. They should have just put the sacks of potatoes there. First ball, swing.
Mukesh Chowdhury, swing into the covers for no run.
So they used to have a look at the first over SRH, and recently they've been bombing. They've got a 6 in their first over, like 5 out of the last 6, I think. And they weren't doing that previously. So Ishan Kishan is 6 for 3 off 7 balls against Mukesh Chowdhury.
So it's Abhishek Sharma facing him here. That first one did swing. We got a deep point, a deep backward square leg in place. And this one is sliced out towards the backward point, but too fine. And that's 4 runs.
I want 6s, not 4s, Abhishek. That's what I want you to do.
So do you see what's on the screen now of the throwdowns on the ground?
Yeah.
Deepak thought that was happening during the broadcast. And he kept saying it to me and Varun. And me and Varun kept looking down at our screens. We were so confused at what he was talking about, right? Because we obviously, in our brains are so used to knowing that is not the cricket. I mean, he has a point. Usually it's the crowd shot, whereas here it's this other... Oh, beautiful ball by Chowdhury. Defender back. Usually it's the crowd shot they show you. They don't usually show you the warm-ups. Or they show you the really wide shot where you can't tell what's happening on the field.
And it was Fleming, I think, doing the throwdowns to somebody. Feels like it shouldn't be his job now. He's quite old.
I remember talking to some of the batting coaches about this. And, you know, about how much care they take over their shoulders, right? Because they still get paid on how many balls they could throw. Whereas that's sort of starting to disappear more and more. Chowdhury, short. Moves away, was left by Abhishek Sharma. That feels like the kind of ball he would normally just slap over backward point for 6.
Yeah, he bailed. Did he think it was wide or something? Very interesting bail there. He's not a 4-4 guy at the start. Abhishek.
I'm not good at reading lips. I'm pretty sure Gaikwad just said I would have smashed that.
He wouldn't have done.
He wouldn't have done.
You don't want to get this rate out of hand on this deck.
Oh, good point. I haven't done rate watch yet. It's at 9.15. I don't want it over 10s at any stage. This one is lofted over covers. It's going to be a 4, I think. But now we're watching the band.
Okay, let's see what happens on the other telly.
It was a 4, wasn't it?
Hitting 4s and not 6s.
It looked like it was just short.
It was, yeah. It raced away for 4. So that's 8 in 5 now.
It's Gaikwad that had to chase that. Kept him interested.
Yeah, he did the wrong thing. He watched the ball for too long. He should
If
have
he
been
just
running.
sprinted, he had a... I don't think he would have ever got there anyway, but he would have got close. That might be a wide. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Chowdhury got that one quite wrong. Last ball of this over will be bowled at some point.
So he's
Abhishek
bowling
looks a bit
about 140
jumpy.
Ks. I can see that. 9. He goes for a big slog here, gets the inside part of the bat, and he'll retain the strike. So 10 off that over. Kept it under 9 runs and over. All you can ask for.
So in their first over this season, they've scored 92 runs in the first over, which isn't loads. They've conceded 143 SRH. That puts them at a very bad first over team.
Have you got any other bets on, or just the 4s and 6s?
A bit of Travis Head stuff. Johnson more than 1 wicket at 5-2. That was a silly price. Travis Head most 6s in the match 18-1. Most 6s for the batting team 12-1. Travis Head opens the batting, can hit the ball in the air.
Why would that be the case?
They basically think he's just a 4s man, but obviously they don't watch cricket or use stats or have any idea or can do maths or know anything about bookmaking, other than what they are really good at, to be fair. They know how to close an account. They are class at that. Feels like the sort of pitch the Head gets bowled on to me.
It's going to be Spencer Johnson. He's coming left arm around the wicket to Abhishek Sharma, which is weird. And the ball is dragged back to mid-on for no runs. What the fuck is going on here? Left arm around the wicket.
Yeah. Giving him an angle that he kind of wants, right?
I mean, there must be a theory. Maybe they've got no one out on the leg side. I don't get that at all.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that one.
But he got a dot ball on the first one. Abhishek facing up again. This is on the pads. No, they've got someone out on the leg side boundary. So this one doesn't make it. It only goes to short mid wicket for 1. Is he going to do it to Head as well?
He's quite good at bowling dots, isn't he? Historically.
Yeah. And you back most dots.
You can't, and there is an award for it, isn't there? The Super Trees Mega Dot Happy Days Award or whatever.
I think that's exactly what it's called.
Yeah. I can't remember what I just called it, but that's what it's called, everyone.
The Super Trees Happy Days Mega Dot Award. Is how I heard it.
That's a good name, isn't it?
You might have said something else, but that's how I heard it.
Yeah, that feels right. Feels like
Travis
what it is.
Head on his first ball, facing Spencer Johnson again. Still around the wicket. It's full as outside off stump, but he's edged it for 4. Well, I suppose the tactic worked, but unfortunately, it got between slip and the keeper.
Maybe have
4, by the way.
Maybe have an actual slip. He has been a tremendously lucky starter in this competition, Travis Head. He's been dropped loads early, and you have to say that's quite lucky, that shot.
Oh, I think there's no other way of explaining that shot.
I mean, normal slip there, and it's straight to him. Would have been dropped, but it wouldn't have been full.
What has gone on here? Oh, and this is inside edge onto his boot from Travis Head. So, all things considered, Spencer Johnson's bowling this over from a weird angle, but it's worked so far. 2 dots, a single, and an accidental 4.
I can see the chop on here, big time. Travis Head quite a bold guy anyway. He's not been so much recently. I think his last 10 have all been caught, but this is the type of pitch that he gets bowled on, I think. Like, look at the stumps. He's jumping. He's not in control. He's quite scratchy early.
Are you going unders or just bold?
I think bold, like 7.5 is too big. Even though he's been caught 10 in a row. So normally I wouldn't back it. And he ain't going to bowl in there. That's a good ball to Travis Head, though, isn't it?
Yeah, outside the leg stump at his pads. Hits them. No run.
So it's very strange that he's bowling this angle and this plan. But so far, you have to say it's working.
Yeah. So Travis Head hits 28% more sixes than expected in the IPL. For someone who bats in the period of the innings where he bats. He also hits 25% more fours. So in the IPL, he's a better six hitter than a four hitter. Rob, there you go. Backing up what you said before.
Oh, sorry, he was 18-1 most match. Did I say that? And he was 9-1 most SRH. That's crazy. Opening the batting. It's absolutely crazy.
Johnson comes in. He backs away, and he could have been bowled there, I tell you. He showed all 12 stumps to Spencer Johnson there.
He actually put 3 extra stumps in the ground by himself when that ball was being released. Like, he's taken 3 steps back and scored 0 runs. So that crazy unorthodox plan, somebody has thought that really well through, haven't they? Somebody's thought about that and executed well. Because me and you were like, what the hell's happening here?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a left-arm bowler do that from the first delivery before. Have you?
Good plan and very well executed, and it worked. So somebody, do you reckon that's Johnson, or do you think it's a boffin who's got involved?
Could be both. Could be both. Yeah. A bowling coach or an analyst. Someone's just said, "What do you think about this?" Or he looked at. I can't imagine he looked at any footage. There couldn't be any footage of these two, right?
It's really good.
I've heard he's a very smart cricketer.
That was smart. I enjoyed that.
How many times in their life have these two faced that angle, especially early on?
Yeah. It's very good. Big fan of that.
Chowdhury doesn't do it. He bowls normally, and this is flicked off the hip. And, oh, for fuck's sake, field the fucking ball.
The epidemic continues. They are all infected with this complete.
Did you see the one with the overthrow with misfield?
Yeah. Yeah. And it was like one where mentally your brain has already told you that they've only scored 1 run off that ball. And then you look back and it's like, why is everyone running around?
I am one of the worst commentators in the world at overthrows, right? And the reason is I don't expect overthrows because I expect professional cricketers to back up.
Well, if they had it done yesterday, I'll be a few grand better off. That bloody run out at the end.
That was Irville down on the boundary. It was only a single still.
Yeah, these two not the greatest runners. They're not exactly Gill and Sai, are they? These two with the running.
This is length outside of stump, slashed in the air, and he squeezes it past cover, and they'll take a couple out on the boundary.
This is super volatile, this innings from Travis Head. You've got to get him when he's scratchy, though, because if you don't, we all know what he's like when he rides his luck and he stays in for a bit. Like, if he faces 20 balls here, he's going to be violent. But this is not a bad start for either team, if you know what I mean. They've got all the wickets in hand, but they haven't let them get away. Do you agree with 1.5 here? They win 2 out of 3.
Who's 1.5?
The batting team. So you don't agree with it then? Oh, hello.
No, they should be 1.5. That makes sense.
That's the end of
this.
Travis
Is out, and he might have dropped his bat on the stumps. Did he? He's caught. Where did his bat go?
Caught and bowled by Chowdhury. Not a good innings, Trav. He definitely dropped his bat. I don't think it landed. No, it didn't land on the stumps. Caught and bowled. Unorthodox caught and bowled. He was a very unhappy Travis there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he stepped away, tried to slog that. The bat went out of his hands. It was a terrible, terrible cricket shot. I don't think that's one he's going to look back on. But he didn't look good all the way through that. Where did the bat go? Oh, of course, they cut away from it.
The bat went just in front of the stumps.
Yeah, he had to come back and get it. For a minute, I actually think he was going to leave without it.
Yeah, that was a bit embarrassing, that one, wasn't it?
What a shit fucking innings that was.
Yeah, him and Gaikwad not been particularly brilliant today. Yeah, that was garbage. He looked like he was going to get out Most of the balls that he faced.
Well, some of them he just looked like he couldn't hit. The
And
one down
here's
the leg
Kishan.
side that hit his pad about a minute before he decided what to do with it. They're not 1.5 anymore, Rob.
It's now 1.9. This is a terrible, even though it's a tiny sample size, the fact that he's got him 3 times off 7 balls so far, I think it is, Chowdhury to Kishan. This could be interesting.
Deepak's back, so just after his second gym session. Oh, sorry, did I bring him in too early? Had he not done his hair?
He's just running up the stairs. Oi.
Oh,
Yes.
well bowled.
How did he get that? How did he guess that?
We just assume you're always in the gym.
Yeah.
Do you have?
No, running up the stairs because I was parking the car and was closing the main gate and everything. So it was,
I mean, I didn't even know you had stairs, but you just look like a man that has been running up some stairs.
yeah, exactly. Because
The way that
this
Rob
is
looked
what
like he'd
exactly-
had a prostate exam yesterday.
When I had one of those, this is a good, welcome aboard, Deepak. I'm going to talk about the time I had a prostate exam. When I had a prostate exam, the doctor said to me, "You seem a bit tense," and I was like, "I am."
Fingers up my ass.
I mean, this is a situation where anybody who isn't tense, you need to worry about. And he's like, "Well, I can't really do the job I'm meant to do if you're that tense." And I was like, "I don't understand what mental state I'm meant to be in, given this situation, which has never happened to me before, and I can assure you will never be happening to me again. So do what you need to do and let me put my trousers back on."
You mean
So
by a
what's your
doctor,
age?
not your wife?
So what's your age?
What's my age? 43. I am.
So
But this
are
was
you supposed to have prostrates at 43 also? Isn't it like something which is the
So,
thing more with the people
about-
above 50?
About 6 or 7 years ago, I had sepsis, which don't get that, everyone. That's a bad idea. Don't catch that.
Was that a tiny edge, by the way?
I'm going to have to see it.
I have
No,
to.
Because
scroll.
they didn't review it. There is a little squiggle. I don't think it's an edge.
No, I don't think you hit that. Yeah, I had sepsis. I was in hospital for a week and I had problems and they had to check everything. And I won't tell you on it.
They
I won't
checked
tell you on air.
everything.
Jared, the other thing that they checked, because I had like sepsis is like infected blood, isn't it? And I had infections all over the place when I had it, and they had to put things up places where you should never put anything. I was like, I'd rather die than you stick that up there. Thanks very much. And when they came to take it out, I said, you're not taking it out. I'll take it out. And they said, no, you need a qualified doctor to take that out. I said, nobody is touching me in that area again with one of them. So you can clear right off. What do I have to do to take it out? And they told me, and I never want that experience ever again. No man deserves that experience. And enjoy that experience, but no man deserves it.
Boy.
Roger says, for impact, I thought Narayan 2024, 17.9 would be the highest, but Gale 2021 at 19.94 is nuts. Anything you foresee changing how it's calculated? It's a Jimenez stat. This is edged away by Johnson, who's bowled beautifully here, and so far hasn't got anything back for it. He's got 2 edges for 4. He should have 1 run off the bat so far after 7 balls.
His pace is finally up, right?
He's coming over the wicket here, though, isn't he?
And he's been able to up his pace also a bit today, because in the last match he looked he was still looking like somebody's just finding his rhythm.
Yeah, that was his first game back after a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's beaten the bat again. He's bowling beautifully.
Yeah, nice stuff, that.
I don't do the impact stuff myself. I think Varun understands it a little bit better, but he's not here. But it's a Jimenez stat. So it will continue to be tinkered with, and it has to be tinkered with because you have to have it for different eras, and there are all sorts of things that happen and changes and everything. But it's certainly one of the best ways of understanding someone's impact on a cricket game. We really like it. But yeah, 19 runs per innings, Chris Gale is pretty good.
Which year was that?
2011, I think it said, didn't it?
I didn't check 2011.
Yeah, 2011. Yeah.
Was it 2011? He
And
changed
that
again.
was the year where like Malia got him in at the last moment, right? And had that charter plane for him or something like that. So that story.
I don't remember that, but it's very possible.
He came in at the last moment and scored 100 in the first match.
No,
itself.
2011. No, because he would already have played for KKR by then, wouldn't he?
No, for RCB.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been a replacement player.
Something of that sort. Like there's this story which Malia shared in that podcast of his.
Well, if Malia shared the story, I know it had to be true. This one's pulled away for 4. So finally, someone gets the middle of the bat near a Spencer Johnson delivery.
Yeah, I think that was more towards the bottom half, but there's so much vacant space there. That's where he doesn't want to be bowling.
Somebody in the comments could actually maybe tell us the entire story, like what exactly Malia had said at that time. Because I'm sure like he said something on those lines.
Yeah, because in
2000
2009-10, he played for KKR and he averaged 32 with a strike rate of 160. So why would he be a replacement player? It's more like, I mean, it's possible that there's a chartered jet or something.
I think in 2010 he tore his ligament or something, right? That he was injured or something of that sort.
Possible. I still think you offer the guy who averaged 32 with a strike rate of 160 a contract the next year. Because the famous KKR story is when he's smashing the ball everywhere for KKR, and John Buchanan asks him to do wind sprints. And he does not wind sprints. What's the one where you go up and back, Rob?
Shuttle runs.
Shuttle run. He asked him to do
or
shuttle
suicides, as the Americans call them.
Yeah, and Chris Gale does a couple and then just walks off the field. This guided between slip and backward point for 4. It's a good shot. A little bit of risk. But Johnson's looked good today, but he's gone for 4 4s. So don't bowl in T20 cricket is the answer there.
Yeah, so the story goes like this. Special flight to pick Gale by Vijay Mallya in 2011. Gale went unsold in IPL auction after not being retained by KKR.
What?
Teams were unsure about his availability due to international commitments and off-field issues.
Okay.
Then Vijay Mallya stepped in and sent a special flight to bring Gale in as a replacement for RCB. Gale took a long 14-hour flight, reached just hours before the match, and was asked if he was ready to play. Despite being exhausted, he accepted the challenge, especially against KKR, the team that had released him. He walked in, dominated the game, and smashed a brilliant century the same night.
Mega lap.
When he was at KKR, and he was asked to do these shuttle runs, as this is slapped over the offside by Abhishek Sharma for 4. Not a lot of 6s here, Rob, but we'll get back to that in a minute.
Every ball's a 4, so that's right.
Yeah. So he was asked to do that, and he walked off the field. And apparently Buchanan said, "What are you doing? You can't just leave." And he said, "If you don't want to pick me, don't pick me," and just walked off. So that there was a feeling at that stage that there was some issues with his behaviour. But to be fair, there is no reason to pay Chris Gale to do fucking shuttle runs.
Yeah, it's a very.
He was unsold in 2021, so 2011.
But he wasn't in the IPL for the first year.
Yeah, he was not there in 2008 also.
There's lots of interesting stuff about his early IPL career that doesn't really make sense.
Just imagine, this is why people like Robbie, who had an insane 2010 with RCB, didn't get picked by RCB in 2011. So I think teams back then just couldn't understand what high impact cricket is. And that's why maybe today, Gale at 32 and 160 would make an absolute sense. Maybe in that era, it didn't make any sense to them.
I think 32 at 160 makes sense in any era.
But that's the kind of IPL even Robbie had in that year, right? In 2010. What was his numbers in 2010?
Let's have a look.
He had
the photo of Robbie that is used as the stock photo when you Google his name, by the way.
So he had scored 374 runs in 14 innings in 31.16. So I don't know what was the average.
What year?
Check.
What year? 2010. 171 strike rate. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that's
That
what I
is
said. That's the
smashing
kind.
it back then, isn't it?
So
That's
in
like
16
250
matches in
now.
14 innings, he scored 374 runs, 31 average, 172 strike rate. So and still he was released by RCB the next year. That's what I'm saying.
He never, until 2017, which is the year that I thought he was on the roids, because he suddenly got all buff and started hitting the sixes everywhere. Until that year, he never hit again at over 140.
Yeah, then he became the anchor opener kind of a batter. So like, just see, that's the kind of year he had in 2010. That's the kind of year Gale had in 2010, and both of those players were not picked by their respective sides. So just imagine.
Luke Ronke never got back in the IPL.
I like almost having a season of 400 at like 172 strike rate and 31 average, and that too, you're not in top 3. I think he was batting at 4, maybe, I guess. So, what else do you want from your players then?
Spencer Johnson's bowled 2 overs for 17, and I just feel like cricket hates him.
Yeah, he bowled so well. At least 2 edges for 4, and one where there wasn't a slip, wasn't it, off Travis Head?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's rushing them for pace. He bowled one bad ball that got.
He actually, do you know what he did?
Side.
He got 2 edges. One went past the slip, then they moved the slip finer, and the second edge went. If they kept the slip in the same spot, they would have at least got 50% of those wickets.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But the ball
Do you
has
think they
swung
keep
a
him on?
bit, right? The new ball
Yeah.
has swung a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and to be honest, like,
Why
I
is
would not
Abhishek
even
Sharma blocking a full toss?
think it's because the ball is swinging, so maybe he's just not able to line it.
I'm going to watch that again.
And to be honest, like, even I also had this kind of a perception about cricketers back then, because obviously I'm an old school. So like for me, Sehwag just never had a good IPL. That's the kind of, because I was just watching IPL at a very surface level, not a deep IPL fan. So like for me, that happened a lot later. But now, whenever like Varun and everybody else, they kind of shared all those numbers on the group, I certain times have a second look at it. Like, did I miss
You did.
following IPL
I told
in that era?
I was probably the first person on Crick Info to say that Sehwag was a great ODI player. And when I put it into the piece, I got editor's notes back. And I didn't get editor's notes back on very many pieces I ever wrote, going, are you sure that Sehwag is a great ODI cricketer? And I went back and looked at his numbers. And I'm like, am I missing something here, guys?
He was great.
Yeah. But no one thought that.
He was, didn't they? I did.
Yeah. No, well, you and I did. But I'm saying it wasn't the general consensus. In India, Sehwag was considered a failure as an ODI player.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
not.
exactly. This is, even as an IPL player, I would say that's
Yeah.
the kind of perception we all had.
I just absolutely
didn't-
loved him. And
So
he
Campbell
did
goes on?
an interview
Campbell.
when he was playing where he said what he thought about dot balls, and I loved it so much. And he was talking about test matches at the time. He was just like, any dot is completely a waste of my life, and I have missed an opportunity.
So, like, if I may ask, like, how long back both of you go? Like, since how long you people know each other?
2023.
That
That's
feels correct. Yeah. About that. Yeah.
There was a LinkedIn post. I'll tell you the story. Hey, Saurabh's here.
Hey, hi.
Hi, sorry.
Hey, Saurabh.
I had to jump on because you were talking about Chris Gale in RCB. I wanted to just give some backstory.
Oh, also, you can come on any fucking time you
wow,
want. But tell us
brilliant.
the story. Go.
Yes.
No, so I think I don't know where you were seeing the stats, but his stats for KKR are average of below 31, strike rate of 142 over those 2 years.
Yeah, the 2 years. But it was the second year he was let go.
Right.
And the
So-
second year, he averaged 32 at a strike rate of 159.
Yeah, the second year he had he had just one outstanding innings, 188 of 42. I think that sort of skews his stats a little bit because he didn't play a whole lot.
Played
He
9
played
games.
16 matches, overall.
Yeah, first season was a failure. I don't
Yeah.
have any issue there. But he wasn't not retained after the first season. He was not
So
retained after
what
the second season.
KKR wanted was they wanted like a complete reset because they had 3 really poor years, So they wanted like
I don't have a problem with
complete
KKR
reset.
getting rid of him,
Yeah.
right? Because, as I said, there were issues between him and John
Yeah.
Buchanan, and there were issues with
Yeah.
other people. I have an issue with no one else picking him up.
That's
Well,
because
Because by
he
that
had-
stage,
he
he'd
was-
already played the World Cup innings, right?
Yes, he had.
At the Oval.
But
Like everyone
every-
knew he was the best T20 batter in the world.
But West Indies were playing a series in April, and WICB, there was a issue with the no objection certificate
That makes more
that
sense.
WICB was going to give, and that is why everyone thought he's not going to be available because West Indies is going to pick him. So no one picked him in the auction, and then West Indies didn't pick him in the squad because they were squabbling with him. So he was left like nowhere.
Oh boy.
And that's why he was like a replacement player. Incidentally, that was like a RCB trope that was set. They lost Dirk Nannes, which is a strike bowler, which was the leader of their attack, and they got in a batter instead. So they for the next 10 years they just concentrated on batting over bowling in the IPL.
Cambo just bowling beautifully here. Oh, I fucked him. This ball's on the hip and it's flicked for 6. I don't even think I finished the sentence and he was hit for 6 there.
He instantly bowled his absolute standout worst ball as soon as he said how well he was bowling.
And how the hell would you just feed Ishan Kishan ball by ball in that same region and same length, same line? We know that he's insanely good. I don't think so he's ever missed a ball in that region. It's like flicking is his bread and butter,
Yeah.
and why would you feed him there?
Yes, crackers.
It's a bit of a subpar power play, isn't it, for SRH?
Well, Abhishek is 18 or 14.
Not if they hit
Yeah.
this ball for 6. It was
Yeah.
looking like being miles behind. What were Chennai? They were 60. No, they were 57 for 2. Let's see what happens this ball. So we see it from 9 different angles for some reason. Blocked. Falls for no run. 45. Yeah, it feels like below par. Jared and I, we're talking about the rate, and they don't really want to let it go to 10, do they? It feels like a very difficult pitch to come in and start on.
And we thought that they might bring it down and then let it go slightly back up, whereas actually it's just been creeping up, right? They've got themselves in a dangerous position here.
Yes. And you people just go back 3 years. That's it. I'm pretty shocked.
Me and Rob, there was. Sorry, I just finished that story as well. So there was a LinkedIn post that was asking for cricket commentators, and I was like, okay, I want to know why someone is asking, because everyone in cricket knows everyone. I've never seen a job for a cricket commentator ever put up before, so I applied for it and sent this thing in, and I expected them to be like, oh, Jared Kimber's applied, whatever. And I got this response back from this dude, like, yes, we have received your response. We'll get back to you shortly. And I was like, okay, who are these people? They don't know who the fuck I am, clearly. And then, where was it? It was upstairs at some fancy Soho Japanese restaurant.
It was Belgravia, right? A really
Belgravia.
posh studio that they'd set up just for that day, right?
So was it a Japanese restaurant? And then
it was in a restaurant somewhere.
And this
It was
really
like a
posh
private room.
And we walk in, and I must have been one of the first people there of the day, Rob, I would have thought.
Yeah. I mean,
And
I was there basically randomly, so I don't know.
Yeah, and so I came in early, and at that stage, I think someone must have told them who I was between that happening. Probably Rob told them who I was. And then they had 2 hair and makeup people. And Rob's trying to introduce himself while I've got one woman tussling my hair and another woman putting makeup on me and everything.
Standard day in the life of Jared, isn't it?
I'm used to having one. Two was like, what is going on here? And then me and Rob are trying to chat, and then and then we met very briefly then, and he was telling me, yeah, I don't really know what this is. It's a bit weird, or whatever. And then that turned out to be Cricket 8. And so me and Rob then did our first, and we really got to know each other broadcasting like this for 2023 World Cup, or was it IPL first, Rob? I can't remember.
I think it was World Cup first, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's not even technically 3 years.
No.
Yeah.
That's like 2.5 years.
But I was there
To be
randomly.
fair, Rob had been stalking me most of my adult life.
Only sexually, though, nothing to do with cricket.
Of course.
I just got asked because the guy that runs the company I work for got asked to do something, and he was like, no, I don't want to do that. Rob will do that. And they said, would you like free alcohol and food for the day, and I was like, yeah. And they said, we haven't told you what it is yet. I said, you had me at free, and then you really had me at alcohol, and then you definitely had me at food. And I was like, yeah, of course I'll go, whatever it is. And can you sit down and just tell us after these people have spoken to you, nothing to do with camera for you, the camera will be pointed at them, they're going to talk to you about cricket, and can you just tell us which ones know their stuff? And I was like, well, Jared definitely knows his stuff. Like, you can say what you like about the man, but he definitely knows about cricket. And then they put lots of other people in front of me. Some of them were great and some of them were dreadful. Should we name every single one and read out the notes that I made on them right now?
I can imagine there's some bad notes.
Probably not.
The people who still work in the industry, I should be said.
And I was like, you should definitely get Jared to do it. And then they were like, Rob, you sound like you know what you're on about. And I was like, I know what I'm on about with cricket betting. Yeah, if you're doing a cricket betting thing, I know what I'm on about. And then we sat next to each other for a while. It was really fun.
So Deepak, the guy who runs Cricket 8, so I won't say too much, but he's involved in the gambling industry in general, right? And what Cricket 8 is a gamified version of cricket. So it's not gambling at all. But you can go now, cricket8.com or cricket8.in or whatever it is, and you can play. There's some lots of fun games. There's Abhishek hits this high.
Was it caught or was it 6? It's 6.
It's 6.
The fielder ran in as if he'd caught the ball, right?
It might have been easier to work that out, Rob, if the camera had gone anywhere near the ball at the end.
I just saw Brevis.
I know. I
was like, Brevis must be running in because he's caught the ball.
Did you see that last ball? Noor bowled it like from a foot behind the crease.
Yes. Not foot, almost a yard, more than a yard, I would say.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Foot behind the crease. Yes.
So Brooke is trying to come up with like a game that you can play. So like while live cricket is on, you can guess what the next over is going to be. You can do like betting types of stuff against your friend without losing any money. There's lots of fun, cool little games that they have there. But the whole thing was in Brooke's apartment, and Brooke is, and he'll probably see this, but Brooke is like not the sort of person that I'm used to hanging out with, and
he's a really nice man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. But he had this beautiful apartment, and then just had where your lounge room would normally be was just a studio. And when I say a studio, sorry, if you or I was doing it, we might have a sheet up or something. He had a proper professional studio built in with like 6 black magic cameras. And
I remember those, the Cricket 8 ones where you used to sit and shoot, right? Like,
and Deepak, we had a poker table that we were talking over the whole time.
Wow.
And we would sometimes play poker during the one-dayers because they got a bit boring. So we just start playing poker in the middle of it. It was mad. And me and Rob are going there. And then in the early days, Brooke is just pissing up money. He's giving alcohol to us. We had like Nando's for lunch every day.
There was I was staying in hotels nearby in posh bits of London, and I mean, if my rider was just feeding me and giving me alcohol, that would be a lot of money, right? And there was loads of it, and we were finishing the cricket. The cameras would go off, and we'd just start playing poker.
So the game would finish, and we'd stay there for another 4 hours playing poker.
Absolutely.
So,
so
and I used to get home after the weekend where I'd stayed for a couple of nights and done what was it, like 8 hours of broadcasting every Saturday and every Sunday, and then I'd jump on the train home and get back and I'm like, I've been working so hard. It's like literally having the most fun imaginable, just watching cricket and chatting shit and drinking alcohol.
We had that when we started. There was like 2 or 3 producers. There was this incredible rig set up. There was a hair and makeup woman as well. All these things were going on, and I was like, that was more than we've ever had for Crick Info, right? Like I never had anything like that.
What was the point? Why was he kind of shelling out so much?
Because he wanted, basically, what he really wanted to do was get people to know that he had these games that existed. And if he could get some media attention, and to be fair, we did. We got him quite a few views doing watch-alongs like this. And they did really, really well. They had 1 million people on their Facebook page, but they needed to give them content to kind of activate them, to get them to go on this website and to play these games. The problem was, as Rob will remember, is for the first about 1.5 years we did Cricket 8, they didn't actually have the games running. So we weren't promoting anything. And we had who did we have in there? We had Stuart Meeker,
He did a couple.
Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, he was great.
Mark Butcher was signed up, but I don't think he was free for any of the times that we needed. I'm trying to think who else we had in there. Mark Machado was in there. Mash from Caribbean Cricket Podcast was in there.
Mash was there, yeah.
We assembled because Brooke just said, like, you hire the people and I'll give you the money. And I was like, great, I know lots of good people. So we had cool people coming in all the time. We had Jack from the Cricket Podcast.
Yeah, he did loads.
Nick, what's her name? You might know her, Saurabh. Oh my God, Rob. We worked with Chowdhury.
Is her name Nikki?
Yeah, Nikki Chowdhury, who played for Surrey and she does lots of the lower level commentary now, Saurabh, like the T10 stuff and the local Indian domestic stuff. But when we had her on, she wasn't even particularly good. She's got a lot better in the last couple of years. But that's how ahead of the curve I was. I was literally finding people out there and bringing them on. And Brooke is like, and then they would come. I remember Norcross still sends me messages going, "How's our posh friend with the flat going?" Right? He doesn't remember the name of Cricket 8. He remembers the lovely flat and the alcohol and other things that were provided for Norcross and the poker.
I had such a surreal conversation with Dan for like an hour because there is no one on this planet that knows less about politics than me. And I think I said something like that, like, I don't know anything about politics. And he took that as a cue to then tell me everything about politics in 1 hour. I was like, well, what you need to know is this, this, and this. And I was like, yeah, but I don't like any of the teams. I don't care what they stand for because it's all bollocks and it's all nonsense. But yeah, it was a very funny conversation.
Like, it's amazing. Like, considering I think it's the magnitude of time.
He's gone.
Oh, he's out.
Abhishek is out for one of the worst balls ever.
26 off 21.
So he's bowled a pie.
This is
CSK favourites now?
Outside leg, and he's just
surely
spammed it to Spencer Johnson down there.
That's a nothing ball to kind of get a batter. Like,
terrible ball.
I think he's just not been able to middle it today at all.
Yeah.
The Chennai players are laughing their heads off, by the way.
Rob called it really early on. He just didn't look right. There was something about him. He looked almost nervy at times. And when he blocked that full toss, Deepak, I was like, this is very, very different.
Yeah, he almost looks like he's ill or something because he looked like he was really twitchy at the crease earlier, and you don't see that from Abhishek. And he was hitting lucky fours rather than trying to smoke massive sixes, and that is a ball. How many times has he faced that ball and hit it for six in 100? It's more than 50, right? It's like 80 times out of 100 he hits that ball for six, and he's just whacked it straight down Spencer Johnson's throat.
So Saurabh, next to the studio was like,
so who got him out? Who got him out during the World Cup match? Sorry,
Johnson caught him deep backward square. Spencer Johnson.
No. In the World Cup match, West Indies match. I think he got out to Akil Hussain in that match also,
West
right?
Indies, Eden Gardens. No idea.
Yes.
Yes, so he was 5 off 7 for 1 wicket against Akil before today.
Yes, I think that was the match, right? Akil
Clarkson
got him
is
out.
So Ishan is 23 off 19. They need 181, which looked really easy before. And what do they need now? It's over 10 runs and over, and they haven't made anything from their 2 openers. So it's a lot tougher. Yeah, so Saurabh, next to the studio, there was like this wardrobe, and when you open the wardrobe up, it was just floor to ceiling alcohol that you could help yourself.
Wow. I'm just thinking, I was living in the wrong country then. I should have been in London because you hired me to write for Cricket Aid. Otherwise, I could have been there.
That's right. I forgot. Saurabh worked for us as well.
Yeah.
You, Cheyenne, maybe CS might have written for them as well. Half my team. The reason I have such a good team, Deepak, is because I was paying them with Cricket 8 money.
Estelle was also writing.
Yeah, Estelle was another one.
Yeah.
So it was the same dismissal for him against West Indies also. Akil got him out then. It was not this much outside leg.
I was going to say, surely it wasn't this shit a ball.
Yeah. It was the arm ball which was going away from him. He tried to whack it on the leg side and got caught at deep mid-wicket, I guess, in that match.
We got a couple of super chats here. Code Noob says, are players doping in cricket and not getting caught? Players are doping in all sports and not getting caught. I will say this. Cricket went out of its way to make sure that it wasn't trying to catch people doping for a long time. They were one of the last recognized sports in the world to test blood. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
That's one of the reasons why Indian players didn't want to play in all these Asian games and all, right? Commonwealth, Asian games, because they never wanted to be part of WADA.
Yeah. I don't think. I'm not sure that would stand up as much as they wanted it to, but that is what they said. Idiot Savant says, can you talk a bit about Doug Walters and Neil Harvey? Neil Harvey's one of the greatest young players we've ever had. Left-hander, incredibly fast feet. If you go back and watch him, plays much more like a modern player than most of the guys of his era. Struggled towards the end of his career, but still probably... I think I have him in my top 50 of all-time Test batters. Maybe won't be there in 5 to 10 years' time, but certainly still there at the moment. This is pushing
So
down
he's
the
there.
ground.
What was his rank in the art of batting?
In the 40s, late 40s, I want to say, 45 to 50. We talked about it a lot. One of the reasons we put him in is he made most of his runs against South Africa, but South Africa had a great off-spinner at that time, and he's a left-hander. And the stories are that no one could bowl to him because he was so quick at getting down to them. So, but it's a bit of an up and down career. I don't think he made many runs in England, for instance. But for a little while, everyone thought he was the best batter in the world. So that was where his ceiling was, even if he didn't quite finish there. Doug Walters is way more fascinating because Doug Walters is... how much do you know about Doug Walters, Rob?
Bugger all, to be honest.
Okay.
This is my big weakness being exposed here is old-timey people. I reckon
I have
Like,
no clue about. I have no clue about him, to be honest. I've
He
heard his
liked
name
having
multiple
a
times.
good time, right? He liked having a good time as much as batting. That's what.
Beer, smokes, the odd bit of medium pace. So Doug Walters played 74 Test matches. Deepak, what do you think he averaged in Test cricket?
Oi.
47, 48?
Yeah, 48.
48
How
would have
about
been-
this for a line, right? This is his first paragraph on Cricinfo for his, what do you call it, write-up thing.
Yeah.
Potted bio.
That's the thing. Doug Walters holds a somewhat mythical place in Australian cricket. Small, cheeky, popular, and multi-skilled. He would drink all night without getting drunk, then wipe sleep from his eyes to make a shot-laden century, or take a crucial wicket, or stunning catch. Sometimes, in folklore at least, on the same day.
Yeah.
He sounds like my kind of man. Why don't I know about him?
Incredible sideburns too. He's so famous in Australia mostly for drinking rather than his cricket. The reason he's not thought of as a great batter is largely due to the fact he played 18 Test matches in England and he averaged 25. And that's one of the reasons he's not that. At that stage, making runs in England was, even more important than it was in Virat Kohli's career.
Here's a good one. Time he borrowed a spectator's bike to ride from third man at each end after being punished by Ian Chappell for oversleeping. He is my kind of cricketer.
Oh, you would have loved it.
Hero.
Amazing. Like, who's number 3 on your list, Jared, in that art of living?
Jack Hobbs.
Yeah.
Art of batting. I think
Art
you said
of living?
Art of living. Yeah. I mean, batting is like
Really?
for a lot of people, so maybe Deepak is on to something. Shri
Classic.
Jared Kimber.
Klaasen is whacked a 4 off Noor Ahmed here.
I he just had a 5-ball over, by the way. He just took his cap off the umpire and walked away. They're going to have to get everyone back here because I'm sure he's just taken his cap off the umpire. That's the 5th ball, right?
Yeah.
Am I going mad? He just took his cap off the umpire and has walked away, and as if the over's finished. He's not finished.
I think you're right. Yep, here we go. He's back again. And he's bowled the next ball, and it's been hit out to deep mid wicket for 1. It's possible he went to the umpire. I mean, we don't know, Rob, because we don't see half of the cricket on this stream.
So on Sky, on the other telly, he literally went to the umpire. The umpire gave him his cap and he walked off. And somebody must have said, that's 5 balls, mate, so get on with it.
It's the same thing that I saw on Geo Hotstar. He went and put his hand out for the hat. I think the umpire just out of reflex must have handed it back to him and then
Went, no.
you have a ball left.
I think this is getting little difficult for SRH now because they haven't got any momentum yet, and
They need
is the
Klaasen
time
to
where-
have a big one.
yeah, this is the time where the first innings, the air out of the ball just completely went out.
10.64 runs here, man. It's
A lot.
And Klaasen is 7 from 7, and Kishan is 24 from 20. Like, it's not like either of them have come in and smoked this.
Yes, and I don't think so. That's going to be easy from here onwards because it's a massive ground. It's a 78-meter straight boundary, and pitch number 5 is more in the center, so you don't get any advantages with the side boundaries also.
Yeah, that's what Abhishek found out, wasn't it? He just didn't give that terrible ball enough of the treatment, did he? He just didn't.
But I think that hit the toe end of his bat. He was too
Yeah.
early into the shot.
He wasn't a happy Abhishek today for some reason.
Yeah.
I think that may have been a chance, that last ball.
No, it's just short.
Oh, was it?
Andy says, how dumb is bowling Akil now to two left-handers? Well, got the wicket. I think on this pitch, I wouldn't be too worried about left-hand, right-hand.
Are you sure this isn't
But
a
like
chance?
Akil, they
And-
always
and,
go against
like
lefties
Rob
also
said,
because of his arm ball.
And Rob said he has a favorable matchup against Abhishek, right? So, it was-
Yes.
Yes, small sample, but yeah, and he
Small
has a really
sample,
favourable
but
one now.
yeah.
And he has a beautiful arm ball.
reverse.
He gets a lot of drift also on that.
Gets a
And full.
boundary here, Klaassen.
He gets a lot of drift and on the arm ball. So I think he's decent against left-handers. What I've seen.
SRT says, opinions on the Wisdom Pod, they seem anti-BCCI consistently. I haven't listened to it. Sorry. Don't know if you guys
No
have.
idea.
I just don't have
Saurabh,
time.
maybe you might have.
That stuff.
I haven't heard it enough, but I'd be surprised if they were like anti BCCI. You know, but
They're probably just pointing out things.
yeah. Just on the Gale thing, no, Deepak, you were saying. So I don't think it is quite accurate. Were you reading out the Google summary, the AI summary?
This is what Malia had retweeted.
Okay, so he didn't land on the same day as the match. He landed a little before, and what happened was when they called him, it was a Saturday, and the embassies are shut on weekends. But Malia got it opened for him to get the visa stamped and rush through his passage to India. Because he was in Jamaica, because he was not picked by West Indies, not picked in the IPL, so he was.
Oh,
basically
wow.
just-
This is a ridiculous shot by Heinrich Klaassen. He's backed away and hit this over covers for 6. And I need to tell you all what I was writing in my notes at the time, which said, Akil Hassan, very smart. This pitch is suiting him, but he has shut them down entirely. And I finished the word entirely as that 6 went over deep cover.
Two steps back from Klaassen here to open up the offside, and boy, did he open it up. And then he just shoulders straight through the ball and night. That's how you hit the ball hard enough to make sure the guy on the edge of the boundary.
And that ball gripped and turned. That ball actually gripped and turned. So
Yeah,
it's
it
not
probably did. But he knew
straightforward-
where it was
yeah.
going to land, didn't he? That he's got that straight out the middle. No dangers.
This is exceptional shot.
What does Akil do now? Wide?
I think he just fires it into him.
Yeah, good shout. Straight into the pads for the what? That's the Jadeja. Please hit me for single
Yeah.
ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a very good pick by Saurabh, I would say. But that 6 was insane because that ball gripped and turned, and he just knew how much is going to turn because that ball had hit the middle of his bat. Yeah. Because obviously, after if somebody is giving an interview after 14 years, he's definitely going to can exaggerate a little bit about it.
Are
right?
you saying Vijay Mallya may not be the person to be trusted on a story?
You said that earlier. I'm just kind of trying to
Vijay
find my way
Mallya?
around.
Come on
Yeah.
now.
The more
But
truthful other-
I don't think Vijay Mallya is the sort of
journey bit, I
person who would disagree with something he'd said.
No, the Gale journey bit, I think is reasonably certain. Although I have heard 2 distinct versions about it. One version is the one I just said, where he was there in Jamaica and the embassy got opened for him and he came. There is another version which you will get to know later. Which
Why not we listen it from the horse's mouth on 31st?
If only you were writing a book about this, Saurabh.
yeah.
But Jared, why don't we just ask him point blank during
Bang.
the watch along?
Yeah.
And, he's dropped it. Brevis has dropped it. No, Spencer Johnson has dropped it.
That's very, very big. Very big.
And that was a regulation chance, to be honest. He made a mess of it.
That just
Rubbish. He
reminds
had it
me
caught
of
as well.
Jared,
earlier in the
is
innings
this going
when,
to
when Head edged one and Rob was saying they should have had a slip there. He would have dropped it, but it wouldn't have been a 4.
Save the 4.
Yeah, you'd have saved.
Jared,
it for
are you
me.
going to ask Chris Gale during the
Yeah,
watch
we can
along
ask him.
about this about this Vijay Mallya story? Might get to see. We might get to hear the third version of it. Then Saurabh would have the third version.
So before Saurabh said, "I've heard two versions." Can I tell you guys a really, really funny story about?
Yeah.
And Rob might know about this. There's a famous TalkSport host called Alan Brazil who played football for Scotland and Manchester United, and he's famous for being a TalkSport host, but not always listening to what anyone says. Kind of in his own world, and he was being interviewed about Bob Monkhouse, who's a famous English comedian. And the guy who came on, sorry, not being interviewed, they were doing a segment on Bob Monkhouse. But the thing was all about how there had been a Bob Monkhouse testimonial, as this is slap for six over long off. Not a testimonial,
So
a memorial for this guy called
But
Bob
who's
Monkhouse.
like Bob Momka?
Just a
He was like
famous English comedian.
He was huge. He was like game show host. He was on every game show for like 30 years. He's
one of
them.
Rob's heroes. He used to do this show, which was part darts, part trivia. And I promise you, Rob still watches it every week.
No, he didn't. He didn't host Bullseye. Don't.
Didn't
be
he?
besmirched. That's Jim Bowen all the time.
Oh, it was Jim Bowen. Sorry.
Yeah.
Those old bald guys all look the same to
Don't
me.
get
Anyway,
Bullseye wrong, Jared.
anyway, Deepak, he's really famous, this guy, right? And it's the memorial show for him has just happened. And they're doing a review of the memorial show on TalkSport, right? But Alan Brazil's not listening. So they talk for 10 minutes about how it was really touching and how his wife and his family were there and there was lots of tears and all this sort of stuff. And then after 10 minutes of talking, Alan Brazil says, "So how is Bob's health these days?" and the guy who's interviewed goes, "Well, he died, Alan. That's why they were doing the memorial." Now, at that stage, you've got a lot of choices of what you say next. Alan Brazil said, "Well, I've heard two versions." So one of the versions he's died, and the other one is a conspiracy about Bob Monkhouse. But I don't know. But what's hilarious is a couple of years later, a similar thing happened with Hansi Cronje, when Neil Manthorpe was on TalkSport talking about Hansi Cronje having died, and Alan wasn't listening. And then Alan went, "How is old Hansi these days?" He died in a plane crash, Alan. I was just telling you that.
But there was an actual conspiracy theory about Hansi Cronje.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
If he
but
said the two
in
versions
his
there,
case-
he might have been right, Saurabh.
Yeah, in that case, two versions is still a possibility.
So that's
It
a
might be a possibility that he's living his life somewhere.
so it's a very famous phrase in English media. If someone says something really bad, you go, "Well, I've heard two versions."
Yeah, I have heard two versions of the Gale story.
So we'll get to the third one.
Nor's losing his mind a bit here. You know,
Yeah, that was weird.
it's that this can happen to bowlers, right? If somebody drops a catch that could have got them a really big wicket, then their brains break because the balls he bowled after that drop were crap, and
Rubbish.
Nor should not be bowling crap here. That last one, he tried to bowl the Crunel, I think, and just got it completely
Yes.
wrong. He
But
got away
that's
with-
completely tilted the whole balance of the game, to be honest. That
Yeah. And once again, everybody, if you catch good players when they hit the ball to you, when they've only got about 20 runs, you're much more likely to win than if you don't, and then they start whacking sixes everywhere.
I've
And
heard
suddenly
two
this
versions, Rob.
partnership- I've also heard two versions of this. So suddenly, they were looking shitty after 9 overs. Last 2 overs have gone for 25.
What do the markets say now? Who do they have favorites?
It's completely flipped. So it was about 60% the ball before that drop catch for Chennai, and now it's 60% the other way. So that is, seasons are on the line here, aren't they? It's a huge swing from somebody that had caught the ball and then threw it on the floor. It's still 10 and over, but you can't.
It's still 10 and over.
Spencer Johnson back now, right, to try and atone for his error. Interesting that he comes back in this over.
Who is the guy in the Chennai bowling attack they can target? Anshul Kamboj,
Interesting.
Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh
I
has
think-
already bowled 3 though.
If
Yeah.
Klassen set any spinner, including Nor now that he's just broke his brain, Because that's
Yeah.
Nor's only got one over left though, Rob.
You can understand why Nor loses his brain there, though, can't you? Because he's done Klassen, he's done what he needs to do, and then the fielder drops him, and then Klassen spanks him everywhere.
I think this pitch has decayed throughout the game, so much so that you don't even need to bowl slower balls anymore. Although you probably do need to land the ball on the pitch, Spencer, as that's a full toss whipped away for 4. And
It's
so
a nothing ball, to be honest.
if they if they actually bowl the ball into this pitch, not full tosses, it's going to be hard to consistently hit them unless Klassen or Ishan goes
to be
nuts.
honest, like suddenly it seems like CSK is just losing their mind in last 10-15 minutes. They've really played some very shitty cricket, I would say.
They have one more match after this, so I guess their season is still not over.
So how many points do they have right now? They have 14
They have 12.
Points, right?
The 12 points from 12 matches.
No, I think they'll be done. I don't think so this season.
They're playing
Anybody's
Gujarat
qualifying
next.
with 14.
They play Gujarat next. Oh.
This
And
one's
it's
into the
difficult.
pitch.
This is difficult. I think it's very difficult to qualify with 14 points this season, I guess.
No, the fourth team might just make it with 14.
I think Punjab will have to push for that.
But Punjab have one match left and they have 13 points.
Yeah,
So if they lose
Punjab's
that,
extra point is really
So they
important.
can just get 15, right? And
yeah, but if they
then who
lose
else?
that, they stay on 13. And Rajasthan, if they lose both, they stay on 12.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of
So-
things need to go their way for them to qualify
Yes,
from
yes,
that situation.
absolutely.
Yeah, so
No, a lot of-
Sunrisers, if they win today, they will have 16 points. So that's done.
they'll qualify if they win today.
It would be really funny if Punjab qualify having lost 7 in a row. That is possible.
Be funny.
They can qualify by losing 7 cricket matches in a row in the IPL.
Oh my
Has-
god!
Anyone qualified with 12 points in the IPL?
Yes.
Not sure.
Yes, it happened. I
Did
think
ask-
19 or 20 it happened.
Did RCB?
Yeah. Could be.
With one
Could be,
season
could
it
be.
happened.
Vishal says GT or RCB. Which team has the better chance this season? RCB.
Yeah.
RCB, I would agree. But if they meet in the final, since the final is in Ahmedabad,
Yeah.
is it still then RCB? Or is it tilted a little bit more?
Oh, it
Or
might
does
tilt
it
back.
become more even?
Yeah, but I mean RCB is the better team.
Yeah.
Although they've got issues as well.
They've all got issues, though, haven't they? That's why it's so open.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Klassen's timing the ball in a way that no one else has on this pitch.
Yeah, he's looking like Super Klassen now, and that's because they dropped him and they allowed Super Klassen to emerge, because Super Klassen was nowhere near this cricket match when he hit that ball to Spencer Johnson, and now the cape is on. The Superman pants are over the normal trousers, and he's looking like you must get him now or you're going to lose.
And that was a regulation chance. Like, to be honest, first of all, we missed it completely. And then he overcorrected it by diving at the last moment.
And what he'll be thinking about now is, can he become the Sierra super striker of the match? That's the real quiz in this.
No. What did you say before? The super happy clappy mega tree dot ball bowler of the game.
Yeah.
There is a prize for that. You win a tree, but you have to carry it home after.
You have to murder it.
What they don't tell you is for all these trees that they plant for every dot ball, they also kill loads of animals just to balance it out.
Only the cute ones. All those planting the trees things though are a complete and utter scam.
Yeah, they
Right.
plant them.
Yeah, they don't.
They plant them
They
on
don't.
top
They
of
don't.
the
They
trees
don't. They don't.
Really
while
want
they're kicking families
someone
out
to
that
do-
live there, and they kill loads of fluffy bunnies and deers and stuff while they do it.
I really want someone to do an investigative piece on where all these trees are being planted each year and to track it,
It's the same
the next
tree,
year.
but they plant it over and over and over again. They just keep going.
So
Oh, another dot. Hang on a minute.
there was a
Yeah.
big salary cap story that a friend of mine, Pablo Toro, just won a Pulitzer for reporting on in America, right?
Nice.
And it's all about one of those companies that would sell planting trees to other companies, and like they spent like hundreds of millions of dollars, right? They circumnavigated the salary cap. They did all these other weird things. They're all in court at the moment, and I don't think they ever planted any trees. Like they never got around to that part of it. It's just like that feels like to me a fairly easy part of it. It's like we'll just plant some trees.
We're having a break in this game because Brevis is having a massage lying face down in the middle of the outfield. Walk 15 yards, let somebody else walk on, and everyone else in the world that's watching this game can watch the cricket instead of watching you lying on the floor. Stop it, cricket. You can't just have a massage on the
Sounds like
outfield.
Rob needs a massage, everyone.
I really do, man. Yeah, it'd be nice. I'm supposed to be. Has anyone ever had acupuncture? Because that's the latest thing they've suggested for my non-working shoulder.
There's no way that Robbie hasn't had acupuncture.
Okay.
Acupuncture is fairly widespread in India, Vese.
Yeah.
Is it good? Have you ever had it? Anyone?
No.
No, you get. I think Deepak might have had it in his house also. He used to get these things like you roll it along the ground. It has pointy ends, and those ends are supposed to press the acupuncture points on your feet. So you roll your feet over it like that.
There was one point of time when everybody in India had
Every Indian house had that one, that thing, right? I don't even know what it's called.
So when I first started working in cricket, the UK, the ECB used to provide a masseuse in the press box.
It's still. I was there in the which one? Edinburgh press box, right? Edgbaston, at Edgbaston.
Yeah. She was from. You would have been there when she just did Edgbaston, because I think she might have lived in that area, and the ECB stopped paying her, but Edgbaston kept paying her. But I remember it was like, I'm not going to out anyone here, but Farouk Engineer and Derek Pringle, watching them be massaged was
another run-out chance miss. So they've turned a good run-out chance into an extra run for the batting team, right? Because Kambodge cannot be bothered to back up his own stumps. He was out by miles then, Kishan, and Noor is the man who's now got his head in his hands. Kishan had totally given up halfway down the pitch. All he has to do is Kambodge has to get back to his stumps. Noor goes for the
He did actually get back to the stumps. He just didn't go to the actual stumps.
He didn't go to the
He
stumps.
went behind them.
Backwards. He backed up as if he knew Noor was going to miss, which is a fair enough assumption. But Noor could have underarmed it to him if he was stood at the stumps, and they would have had. So they should have both of these bats out now, but because they can't field, they've got neither.
Why is it the thing now that bowlers don't actually kind of go back to the stumps?
Oh, and Ishan whacks this for 6 over deep mid wicket. Wow.
So basically, they've just rubbed their nose in this. It's like, you could have got me out. Klassen went 6-4, and Kishan, you should have got me out 6. So all fielding, all it is, this IPL, just learn how to field.
This is looking so dull, because that's the kind of match where you need to have like your best game, because it has to be some intensity, right? It's a high stake game. Looked so dull. No backing up, drop catches, misfields. The whole spectacle value, I think, just significantly goes down for the audience.
Unless you're a masochist who just loves nonsense, because it's garbage. The fielding is not, and it's the utter basics. There was one yesterday. It absolutely should have been a run out, but they couldn't be bothered to go to the stumps. Like you don't expect people to hit. What you do expect though is people to hit now and again, which no one ever hits anymore, do they? When was the last time you saw a really good direct hit run out?
Yeah, that's actually
like in this IPL, I don't
remember.
even remember.
Yeah,
such a thing even
a bowler did Bumrah do one? A bowler did one early in the comp. A good
Bumrah
one.
did do one, I think. Yeah. And the before that, what I remember is I think Kohli had one insane one, like he ran around the boundary, picked it up and threw it or something. Or if it was not a directed run out, it was like a bullet throw that resulted in a run out.
Right.
That was last year though.
He's probably been the best fielder in this competition, Virat. And what is he? 37. Did you see his stop yesterday when he did a roly-poly and gunned it in?
Yes,
Awesome.
exactly. The intensity that he's shown is insane.
So 107 for 2 here. They need just under 10 runs and over with that 6, and that's 9 whites. That delivery.
This is a team collectively losing its head after making fundamental fielding mistakes, and they're going to lose. And I think Chennai deserve to be knocked out because of those 2 games where they had nets. Do you remember? And I kept shouting at the screen going, why am I watching this guy knock it around when they have Dubé and Brevis sat with their feet up, and they were just having nets going. Net run rate doesn't matter. We're just trying to win. Net run rate doesn't matter. Look at the table now.
That
And
annoyed
tell me
that
that net
game.
run rate doesn't matter.
Coach Athav says, Rob, don't know about acupuncture, but I can make your non-working shoulder working with training. Done it with 20 plus people till date. We're saying that Coach Athav could not fix Deepak.
Okay. So I had 2 operations. Shane Warne had the same injury, slap tear it's called. I had 2 operations, and then I had the mega big needle one, and that's the only thing that made it feel nice. And now I can't feel these 3 fingers, constant pins and needles. And I had physio in Spain 5 days a week for a whole year on my shoulder, and then I had a whole year here to get me able to do that, which I can now do. But my shoulder's
I'm glad you had your fist closed when you did that.
What exactly
Otherwise,
happened?
I would have Elon Musked you straight away.
would have
Then.
been a good screenshot.
Did you meet with some accident or what?
Did I do what? Sorry.
How did you hurt the shoulder? He's asking.
I think just
Masturbation.
years of open goal.
I was going to say leg spin bowling.
No, nothing to do with that. It was an orphanage was burning, and I had to rescue everyone and hold the orphanage up. No, the old classic. No, just years of being a stupid goalkeeper at everything and diving on my right arm and being too big to be constantly diving on my right side. So when you're in hockey, you have a stick in this hand, and I played on absolutely rock hard surfaces back in the day. And I dived hundreds of times a day onto my right shoulder over and over again. And I think it's just that it just wore out.
Do hockey goalies have shoulder pads or anything, or they don't have those?
I didn't. I wore as little padding as possible so I could move quicker, and then ended up just breaking everything all the time. So it was right in that I was more mobile, but silly in that I just kept breaking everything all the time.
Did you see the graphic on the screen, guys?
Was it about trees?
It said, what players make the best captains?
Yes, I saw
Batters,
that.
bowlers, and keepers.
And
One of
keepers-
those won with 58% of the votes.
MS Dhoni won with 58% of the
Yeah.
votes.
Because
Yeah.
who's the second best wicketkeeper captain then is the question I want to ask all 58% of those people.
Sanju Samson.
That's way for 4.
Definitely not Rishabh Pant, so it has to be Sanju or Ishan Kishan. Maybe they were thinking of
Lee
Ishan Kishan.
Jamon. What about Lee Jamon?
Lee Jamon is a great shout, yeah.
He's now running Cricket New South Wales, I think, isn't he? Or is it?
Oh, is he?
Or is it the other guy who got the job? It was one of. There were 2 New Zealanders going for the job.
Did Lee Jamon ever play as a non-captain, like as just a player, or every single match of his was as captain?
I would say he only ever played as captain, right? He was first.
Yeah, I would think.
Wasn't he one of the first ever captains who'd never played another international game?
Hey, Lee
So-
Jamon played in 90s, na? 96 or 97.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
was
at
actually
that
a
time,
really
like-
good player. He just didn't do anything at international level.
Yes.
He
But
was,
like
he
after
was
that,
a
Fleming-
genuine
Fleming-
bat who could keep, as this one is mishit. But he just didn't make any runs.
So after that, like, I think Fleming became the captain, right?
Probably.
Maybe,
Yes, I remember that famous tied ODI between New Zealand and Sri Lanka, where like Dennis Morrison, I think, took all the wickets. I think Lee Jamon was the captain in that. 97, 98? 97.
He captained
Like
12.
New Zealand scored 169, 167, and ended up tying the match against Sri Lanka.
He played in one game, one ODI where he wasn't captain.
Wow. Okay.
And that was his whole career. So he played about 50 international games, and only once was he not captain. And that was Ken Rutherford.
Oh, so was that his debut then when he was not captain? I thought he debuted as captain.
He debuted as test captain. I think he might have played one ODI, but no, I don't even think
Okay.
he got on the field. Well, I mean, he would have got on the field, but I don't even think he batted in that other game. Now I've lost it.
That was November 2016, not the 1996 that match. Or 97.
Where
so
is
I'm
this ODI?
confused.
I was just looking at it.
Dubé is bowling, everyone.
Yes, Lee Jamon was the captain
Whoa.
in that match.
Whoa.
So I had
Why aren't they giving
this-
him the ball? This
It is not the pitch for the slow bowler, is it?
It might be into the pitch bowler, though. If he
I-
can hit the
But-
pitch hard enough, let's see.
but does
I
he
was
There
just
we
checking,
go.
so
First one worked.
Okay.
pretty weird. The only memory I had of Lee Jamon was this match only, and it turned out to be true. So, like, the match was against Sri Lanka versus New Zealand. It was Singer Champion Trophy, Sharjah, November 11th, 1996. New Zealand batted first, scored 169, and then Sri Lanka got all out for 169, and Dennis Morrison took 5 wickets. So this is the thing I was talking about.
Okay, guys, just because I just brought him up, and now I can't not share this once I know it. So Ken Rutherford was the captain, the only captain Lee Jamon ever had. Can I read you out Ken Rutherford's Test career, innings by innings?
No, you can't.
Duck, 4, duck, 2, 1, 65, duck, 50, duck, 24, 6, 12, 5, 11, duck, 29, 2, and then 100. He ended up playing 56 test matches. What do you think his batting average was? And he's a specialist
27.
batter, guys. A specialist batter.
27?
33.
27. Ding, ding,
Oh,
ding, ding, ding.
wow. He
It's
had
the
a very
random maths that I was able to
Marwan
do off numbers that he
Atapattu-esque start, but
Yeah.
it just didn't. But Atapattu went on to do at least have a decent career.
He had like 5
Oh, he
ducks
was
in
nowhere
first 6
near
innings
the
or
player
something,
that
right?
Marvin Adbatu was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marvin had
Atapattu,
5
yeah.
ducks in first 6
To be
innings, yeah?
to be fair,
Something
Rutherford
like
was
that,
like
yeah.
I think Rutherford was like a middle order player, and they made him open against the West Indies in the 90s in the West Indies.
I think Rutherford scored runs in the Sachin Tendulkar's first or second ODI century. Tendulkar had to wait a long time before he hit a ODI century because he hit a Test century pretty
76.
early and kept piling them on. And
But that happened.
the ODI
first
century
100
was
came
just
against
not coming.
Australia, no?
Yeah, so
His first
second
100
maybe it was the second. And Prabhakar had made 75 in that. So I just remember the headline that because Rutherford and Adam Parore, another wicketkeeper batter, had made runs and they were like Rutherford ruthless, Parore roars, but Tendulkar, Prabhakar steal the limelight. Like there were all these jazzy headlines at that time.
I was
on the
talking about that
newspapers.
Dijamon match. So the only memory I have of him is that 169 tied match between Sri Lanka and New Zealand in 96. So New Zealand batted first, scored 169, and then Sri Lanka got all out for 169. And Dennis Morrison took a 5-wicket haul. And when he got the last wicket, he did a
What are
very...
you calling him, Morrison? What are you saying his first name?
Is he talking about someone else or is it Danny Morrison?
It's not Danny Morrison?
I thought you said Dennis.
No, I said Danny Morrison.
Oh.
Okay, I thought you were calling him Dennis. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I couldn't. I was like,
Denny
I thought you were
Morrison.
calling him Denzel.
Denzel.
I don't think so. I should be getting this name wrong, considering the fact that he's been around for such a long time, and we have discussed already. Like,
oh,
Jared
Jesus.
also shared one of the stories.
Dubé
about
was
him.
doing fine, and then he's just bowled a stupid wide over the top of the head. Ajit says, and thank you very much for the very generous super chat. This is almost as generous as the guy who's booked us tickets to see that movie, which I do need to check your dates on too, Rob.
That was really cool.
Apart from the dismal fielding, what else makes this year's IPL lower or lowest in terms of quality? It's not the lowest in terms of quality.
Yeah, it's not.
Seems like every team's bowling attack as a whole. Yeah, I think that's pretty common throughout all the time. Is it also the case of the teams, a case of the under-19 post-teams 2018 not coming through yet?
I think that's a very interesting point. I was actually thinking about that. Like the past, like the 2018 under-19 batch was, Shubman Gill, Abhishek Sharma.
Yeah,
Prithvi
that's a
Shaw.
very, very good point, actually.
That guys, 2020 actually is still coming through. There's Jaiswal, Ravi Bishnoi, Karthik Tyagi has come back. There's Dhruv Jurel.
Akash Singh also from that batch.
Akash
right?
Singh, Dhruv Jurel. So it's still, but 2022 and
Tilak Verma?
24, Tilak, of course, yeah, Tilak was the same. Dewald Davis is 22, right? He was the player of the tournament in 22.
Well,
And
none of the
even-
Indian players have come up the ranks from 22, right?
Yeah, Yash Dhul led side, Raj Bawa, these guys, none of them have really,
Even none of the Pacers also.
yeah.
I'm not sure
And
that
24
over.
also hardly anybody came from 24.
Rob, how do you manage that over?
Yeah,
12
it was
runs
shit.
off it?
It was shit. It's
I don't
exactly
mind them trying that because I think the pitch was holding up, but he bowled it exactly the way that Shivam Dube often bowls.
if the previous
Under
over,
19 thing is such a amazing point because I've come up with this thing in my head multiple times. It's just never had a discussion around it.
How many
You're
runs
saying
did
something,
Dube?
sir.
12 runs. Okay. 12 runs is, a little bit worse than what they would have wanted, right?
But it's not. I think if you take that, you now don't have to bowl Mukesh Chowdhury again, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like the over went for 40. And and Shivam Dube can go for like 25
but
runs.
Chowdhury's bowled pretty well.
Yeah, but I'm saying it gives them. Well, I shouldn't
It
say.
gives them
Chowdhury.
another option, but
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Most of those options are better than Dube.
Also, don't disagree with that. But it's worth checking if he was going to work on this surface.
Maybe no. I think when they just got away, then right. So after the drop catch, the wheels completely came off. Right, the rest of that
Exactly.
over got murdered. Then they got 9. Then they missed the run out. That over got murdered for 16. So bad fielding and then loads of nonsense. You then can't go. Jube is just the full roll of the dice. It's just like, no, let's just try and burgle a wicket from this clown rather than let's put our best bowler on and we have to get one out right now. So don't give them the cheap over for 10, 12, which they just did. They now needs a wicket this over so that if they want to, they only need 9 and over now. They can block this over out if they want, or if Noor loses his head again, they'll just belt him for 6. But I think you have to go your good bowler last over, not part-time mega jump.
No, I think what the Shivam Dube over does is like it gives them an option to not bowl out Anshul Kamboj. Like Kamboj.
That's what I mean. I sort of meant both of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it just gives you flexibility. Is this hit up and over cover for 4? That's a nice hit.
Too easy. This is done.
Coach Athar says, challenge accepted. Deepak, I could fix you two. Done it with 100+ clients. And trust me, all of them were similarly occupied or tough to start with.
In the space of 2 comments, he went from 20+ clients to 100+ clients.
So I thought he meant that, but I actually
day.
think he meant he's done 20 shoulders and he's done 100 Deepaks.
Yes.
That's how I read
makes
it.
sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
There's only one.
I will definitely just the next month onwards once we fix certain things.
Oh, I'll be with Deepak soon, so I'll train him myself in jeans.
You know like what the
Oh, they go for the
happened?
stumping here. This might be
He's
out.
gone.
His
I
foot
think-
was in the air
I
for a
think the back
moment.
foot's up there.
He looked
think
nervous, didn't he, Klaassen? It'd be a shame because he's batted so
If he's
well.
out, it's a great bit of work because his foot wasn't up for very long. I don't think he's definitely out here. I think he's all right, actually.
Ooh, we might
Did
be
he
okay.
slide back or did he bounce it back in? Because if he
Slide.
slid it back in, I think he's fine.
Did he slide or bounce? That's what we're looking for. The slide or bounce.
I don't think this is anywhere near out. I think Sanju's just got very carried away.
I think Sanju's really excited that he's done a great take and taken the bounce off quickly. But there was movement of the foot. In Sanju's case, that's what he would have seen, right? He saw there was a bounce of the foot. Whether it lifted.
I think he slid it out of the crease, but he's only just, and he slid it back in time. Here we go. We're going to find out soon. They're showing us the front on angle, which absolutely doesn't help anybody.
If he does get out, who would you send in next? Salir Arora or Nitish?
Aurora.
They basically
Aurora.
want to check the
Arora, yeah. I would also send Arora. There's Ravichandran Smaran also, so they have options. But yeah, I would send Arora just
I
to
wouldn't send
back it.
Smaran. Didn't he get stuck in one of the other games?
It did, yeah.
Just because it's a kind of pitch you can get stuck on, I'd rather send someone out and just give them license.
To belt it, right? Yeah.
Okay, so his foot is out.
He's
His
absolutely
foot is up in the air. He takes the bails off. That's out, Rob.
Look on the right-hand side.
Is his foot not in the air there?
Yeah.
You have to run on. Oh, it's in the air.
Yeah, that's
I don't
out.
know. One camera looks like it's on the ground.
Yeah.
The other one looks like it's in the
Well,
air.
I was looking at the right-hand side, and I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And then I looked at the left, I'm like, he's definitely out. I think this is out. Yeah.
He's giving it out.
Yeah, no, it is. Because his foot then goes, I'm looking at the left now, and his foot is clearly in the air and it goes down, but the right is like a mega optical illusion where he's definitely in on.
How can we see wides for 100 hours, though, and they've looked at one angle of that stumping and given it out straight away?
Klassen's really angry about it.
Yeah, to be honest, that looked out to me. So,
No, it was
like,
out. Look, judging by that left-hand side of the split screen, but I was looking at the wrong one.
So, like,
I mean, yeah, if you had to pick from what we have seen, it leans more towards out. But maybe they should have seen it for 2 minutes more.
Yeah, if you can
And
spend
another
10
angle,
minutes
yeah.
looking for a wide that no one
the
cares.
wickets are not that important. Wides are, so they'll spend all the time on the wides.
Yeah, the Claston wicket's not a big deal, but a wide
exactly.
in the 20th over is
Why should we
massive.
even bothered about?
But good work by Sanju. There was a great take and a
Good
great
stumping.
yeah.
Good
So, like,
stumping.
we have another Gene story. So, like, on 13th when we met, when we all met, Saurav was also the part of the gang. Then he kind of walked away from the challenge of playing cricket at 1 in the night because he had to write some piece or something.
I had to send out one of the book chapters that I'm doing.
So we played for good 1 hour and we got back to the hotel at 2. I think woke up, Robbie, had a good discussion with him. The first comment that came out of his mouth was, "You played cricket in these jeans." Don't tell me that. At 2
I
in the
thought
night.
the first comment that should come out of his mouth was, why the fuck are you waking me up at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever it is?
No, he had messaged me. I said, like, "Are you up?" He said, "Are you up?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Come over." Then I said, "I have other people also. Let's have everybody." So, like,
okay. Then
the first thing
they've said
entered his room.
Nitish. They've said Nitish.
Yeah.
I'm not massively against that either.
No, not massively, but I was also leaning towards Salil, just go out and like whack it. But maybe they feel like a more
has
proper
whacked it.
batter.
He's got 6 off 2.
It's worked for them.
Yeah, it's pretty much done.
I mean, Akil still has overs left, so sending Nitesh in is not the worst, is it? There's definitely spin to come.
Yes.
It said, "Are there Marxist socialist cricketers you know of?" Leary Constantine would be the most famous one. Who else do we have? Does Samuel Beckett count? He played first class cricket.
What? Samuel Beckett played first class cricket?
Oh, come on, you must know that.
Wow, I'm learning that today.
You have no idea how many jokes I've made about that over the years. I'm trying to think of some of the others. There's a guy called Tom Cartwright, who's the guy who decided not to play on the South African tour and pull out to allow Basil D'Oliveira to play. I believe he talked about being a
So
socialist.
Noor is still livid. Sorry.
Then you've got the Chappell brothers, who were very left-leaning, and they started the cricket union. The players' union. In fact, there's a few people involved with the union that I would say are probably much less capitalist and much more left-leaning working class. Those are the ones I know of off the top of my head, anyway. Oh, Jack Russell. Jack Russell was famously described as the only left-wing person in English cricket once.
Oh.
I don't know how left-leaning he is, but Akil Hassan is back on. They need 44 off 30, and Nitesh Reddy starting with 6 off 2 might have just blown the barn doors off this a little bit.
Yes. So
I can't believe Ishan Kishan started this year hitting every ball for 6 and is now an anchor. Playing this, another stumping appeal here off Ishan Kishan, but I don't think anything happened there.
Yeah, I don't think the foot went up at all there. Mind you, I didn't really think Classens did, and it obviously did.
Yeah.
Sanju is certainly getting to the mood, I would say. That ball gripped and turned, actually.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a bad idea of sending out the guy who you think he can hit spin.
I think CSK should have done.
Oh
better
my
on this
God!
pitch.
What happened there?
Just leave that, Kishan.
He's chased that to hit a ball that was barely going to hit the pitch.
They should let Veer have a bowl win this game, I reckon.
Veer.
Is this going down to the wire? Like, it can still
Nah.
become little.
Although Veer had one go, didn't he, against Mumbai, and they spanked him.
That was in the power play, though, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
So 2 dot balls here, and my system doesn't want to play. As he hoiks this to the leg side. It's really hard to get the timing here, and he's just going to get a single. It's almost an overthrow.
So that's 50 for Ishan Kishan.
But surely not the kind of surface, the ease with which Klaasen was playing, to be honest. I think clearly, because The run out and that catch just completely tilted the whole match in SR's favor. Otherwise, they might have lost it by 20 runs also today.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
I think for a new batter to come in and to start smoking the ball from ball one is not that easy on the surface. And this is where...
Yeah.
I mean, Ishan Kishan is not managing to smoke it after 37 balls also. He's
Exactly.
It could still come down to the end, but it's just you just feel now they only need 3 hits, right?
yeah.
This could be one of them. That's not going to be a wide. Great keeping.
Very good.
That could have been 5 wides. And it would have been if any of the keepers from yesterday had been involved. In fact, it might have been 10 wides from one of them.
So is MS about to announce his retirement today?
Yesterday, but Jitesh Sharma was one of the keepers. He's been pretty good.
It's fair enough. I was more thinking the second game when they both forgot to take their gloves out.
So, like they showed MS in the dressing room. So is there a possibility that he might announce his retirement today?
I mean, they're showing him because this is the final home game for Chennai this season. So,
Yeah, we had
If
this
he
every
does-
game last season.
he's
Every
not
game
going to.
it
He's
was-
not going to announce today. I think if he does, he'll announce it in like August or July or whatever. Who would he come in? He would probably replace Prashant Veer in the 11, right? If he comes, because
Klassen actually had a
Veer
go
is
at
batting
Sanju.
low.
Did you people see that?
Something happened. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but yeah.
He
This
might-
is hit out to the boundary. Oh my God. It's misfielded, and he just manages to hold it back before it goes for 4. It was it Mukesh Chowdhury out there?
Yeah. Looked
No,
like
that was Irville.
Oh, it was Irville. So he
Yeah.
fumbled
Oh.
it, and then it just trickled behind him, and he did it was a bit like when you knock a piece of toast off the table, and then you just grab it at the last minute.
Oh.
That's what he did.
strong.
The
Just saved it.
the important question is who will lose fair play points for that Klassen and Sanju face off? Will it be CSK? Will it be SRH? Will it be both?
I think it'll be SRH because he bumped
What
into him,
happened there?
right?
Why can't these fielders pick the ball up or stop it or just like do things that normal fielders can do? Kishan's chasing Akil all round the crease here. That's Veer misfielding that one. I think he did all right in the end. He elected not to go for the catch. You got to go. If you get Kishan now, you might win.
Yeah, exactly.
He kind of
Really
half
good.
went for the catch, didn't he? And then he went, oh, I don't know. Coach of Love says, Surab, total is 350 plus clients. But coming back to the match, how will each one of you distribute the rest of the overs today? Cambodge was good at the death until last match, and Mukesh looked good today. Now, we want to talk about your clients. Go through each one of them. Give us some personal details about them and what their ailments are.
But good on you, man, Coach Athar. 350 clients, 350 plus clients.
That's is that 351 or is it 384?
How am I going to be the most important one if there's 350 others? Are you going to cancel the other 350?
That's how important you are, Rob. That you come in and 350 others are relegated to second place.
Correct.
Lower. Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
Akil has to bowl 1. Spencer has to bowl 1.
You
And
got
so
to give.
you give
you've
1
got
to
give-
Mukesh and 1 to Cambodge, don't you?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, that's what I think I would do also.
Usually I give 2 to Cambodge, but I just don't think this is quite his pitch. Whereas I do think it is Akil and Johnson's pitch. I'd like to think Deepak fell asleep, but I think his camera might... Oh, no, he did fall asleep. Did you just fall asleep on camera?
I was
Okay.
calculating.
If you guys... Stop talking. If you guys are on Twitch, you need to cut that out. We're all going to need a loop of that footage, please.
I was kind of calculating how much Athar must be making per month
That's-
with all those clients.
That's how Deepak gets to sleep. He thinks about social media influencers on YouTube and their pages, and he counts how much money they make. Some of us count sheep. That's what he does. He counts Patreon receipts.
No, I mean, I liked maths class, but a lot of people fell asleep during math, right? And you were doing math in your head, so you might have.
Yeah, I didn't sleep. I was trying to make all the calculations in my head, like what is
Rob,
the
Rob,
overall scope. Maybe I'll
I
just
trust
have a
you more
personal
than anyone.
discussion
Was
with
he asleep?
Well, his eyes were open, I think.
Were they?
Definitely relaxed. Definitely relaxed. I think
If you're in
Deepak's
the chat
eyes were
now,
open.
if you could let us know just for the next couple of minutes here.
Hang on, if we're on, it's on YouTube, right? This thing, where is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's on.
So we can wind it back. We can find out. Deepak, are you telling us now that you weren't asleep? Because I'm just about to find out.
We have.
Yeah,
Someone might have
I'm
already
very
said.
sure on that.
Someone might have already done a Twitch on this as well, Rob.
What does doing a Twitch mean?
Just clipped it out.
Oh, okay.
So I'm damn sure.
Is Twitch banned in India or is it there?
Yeah, it is there.
No, oh, it is there. TikTok is banned in India, right?
Yeah.
But Twitch is used for the gamers more in India,
Okay.
like
It's
streaming.
also
and
used for
everything.
whether you're sleeping or not.
Let's see.
38 of 24. It's not looking as comfortable as when Klaasen was there. No.
The guy
I
in
think-
Cambodge. So it
I
looks
think
like
this is
plan
the
to
most
Cambodge.
accurate comment, by the way.
Yes,
He was dozing off had you not interrupted. I honestly thought his screen had gone. I already have one. I'll tell you guys this story. As Cambodge comes in, it's on you. Oh, leg stump Yorker, but it's in a half volley, and it is 6. No, he might have saved it. Was that Noor down there?
He saved it, but he should have relayed it because the man was there.
You're
He
so
sa-
harsh.
He saved it. The man's there. Throw it to him. He threw it on the floor instead of throwing it to the man. If he throws it to the man, he's out.
Oh, wait a minute. Has he kicked the... He might have kicked the Toblerone anyway. Oh, no. I think he got away with that. It's a beautiful flick by Ishant, to be fair. Wasn't the best ball. Yeah, so we were trying to work out this whole Dubai thing today, Saurabh, and how we travel there and everything. And Robbie offered us a room at his house. And I've stayed at Robbie's house. Beautiful. I'd love to stay with Robbie's house. But then he told me I'd be sharing a room with Deepak. And the idea of me sharing a room with Deepak just filled me with such terror of what he would get up to at night. As this one is missed hit and on the leg side, they take a single. Sleep stream by Deepak.
I think Jared came up with just one single condition: no sharing of room with Deepak and Rob. That's it.
Yeah, Rob, I did actually. Rob wasn't even mentioned in the conversation, and I added Rob to it.
Why?
I just don't want to sleep in a room with either of you two. I don't want to see you two asleep. I don't want to be around. Also, I just think one of you is going to have some weird sleep apnea thing, and I'm going to think you're going to die.
Just because we're slightly bigger than the average pointless gentleman, what makes you think that we snore? I snore constantly as it happens. Another run-out chance, obviously missed because nobody backed up and nobody can throw the ball like a human. Go on.
I just assume you just look like you both have snoring face cut.
Yeah, I snore, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
Like I mentioned, it depends. Like if I've not slept for 3 days, I really snore very badly, but generally not.
I never used to snore, but since the multiple nose breaks, there's nowhere for the air to go, so I snore.
Do you often have 3 days without sleep, but Deepak?
he never sleeps.
During this trip, what kind of days we had? On 11th, I had to leave, so I was traveling the whole night. The flight at 5 in the morning.
That is very lucky.
Oh, he's got away with that. He scooped that. Well, not scooped. He sliced the cover drive. Oh, they're going to get an overthrow.
An overthrow. Well done, everyone. So could have been a catch, but fielder couldn't be bothered to run after it. He then left it to the other fielder, which was the right plan. Brevis threw it in. Cambodge stood like he was on the toilet, basically.
Can I just say also, they ran 3, Rob.
Oh, God almighty.
Imagine
So it probably should have been a catch, and then maybe it could have been 2, and then they got 3. Like the run out should have happened, right? Watch the run out again. So he's hit it over Akil. Akil doesn't realise that the ball's being hit to him, so he just watches it sail over his head and drops on the floor. Then Brevis guns a throw towards the stumps. Cambodge is stood by his stumps, but he just watches the ball goes through his legs, and then they give them another. And
he's got under this Ishan. Is this going to clear the rope? No. Have you lost your bet, by the way, Rob?
I've lost all of them. All of them. Don't worry about that. I mean, this is absurd.
This is weirdo.
It's
Tough
every
to be
time the
honest.
fielding team has missed a chance to get a wicket, the next ball has been a boundary every time.
But this IPL, I think it's been so much schoolboy stuff as far as the fielding is concerned.
Yeah. It's sliding and sliding away from CSK.
Oh, this is worse. Oh, he's gotten away with this. It was a terrible ball. He saw Ishan come down to him, and he bowled a wide full toss. And Ishan actually got a fair bit of bat on that. And I thought it was going to fly past the wicketkeeper for 4, but it went straight to short third.
So what do they need now? 28 and 18. They'd have
Yeah.
to go some to mess this up, wouldn't they?
It's like cakewalk, huh?
Who are going to bowl these? Spencer is going to bowl one.
Are we now wellness influencers like pimps? Look at this message from Code Noob. Trying to get himself a trainer.
Chowdhury's back. I've got a good story about how I fell out with a trainer once, but it's probably a bit too long when there's only 3 overs of a game left. But I don't get angry, right? I don't really have anger as an emotion. Like I don't lose my temper or anything. But this guy was like an ex.
I've got a whole fucking phone that proves that wrong, by the way.
Nah.
Oh, look, he just got so angry he crashed this. This
That's
is
it.
launched down the
Yeah.
ground by Nitesh Reddy. It's going to be out. It's caught at long off.
Whoa. I was just about to say, I don't know if I would have brought Mukesh Chaudhary back for this over. Maybe I had given it to Akil or someone. But if he's got a wicket first ball.
What? I was just trying to get a screenshot of Rob's face.
This happens with him all the time.
His computer will have crashed again.
Yeah.
Does that change anything? 28 of 17, maybe? Yes.
One tight over here and the whole complexion of the match can change, no doubt about it.
He was only 11 off 7, but getting that 6 off 2 really did help him early on.
Not
It's a
an easy
real
pitch by
shame,
any
Rob,
stretch
I
of-
missed the screenshot on that one because you looked like midway through either an orgasm or a sneeze.
The noise it makes when it kicks me out, this computer, a sneezegasm. The noise it makes. But have you ever had a computer that crashes and makes the noise like
Like
the whole
I
world?
couldn't understand. Like
I need to.
No.
do
why?
that.
Like
When my computer crashes, I make the noises. There's no computer.
is it the very thought of sharing the room with Jared, Rob?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he acts like I would want to share a room with him. I mean, look
yeah.
at him. Look
It
at
is
him, for
worth
God's
saying.
sake.
It is worth saying that, like we've all had to share rooms with men at times in our life, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I remember when I first started with Cricinfo, they would make us share, right?
Oh.
No, you can't be doing that.
And I went to Sambit and I said, "Do you want to share with me in the next time we go together?"
Oh.
And he went, "Why would I do that?" And I said, "Exactly. I'm never sharing with another man as long as I live."
But like, why is it such a big thing? Like
Because I want to masturbate over every part of my hotel room. Why is it such a big thing? I just want to sleep comfortably. I don't want to be listening to you snore or scratching your undies or whatever you do. I shared with when there was the 2-day India New Zealand World Cup semi-final. We couldn't get hotel rooms anywhere in Manchester because every Indian fan had booked them out, and so me and Neil Manthorpe had to go to a bed and breakfast in the fucking middle of nowhere together, and we could only find one room left, and we shared. And he's prancing around in his underwear the whole time. I couldn't relax. And you've
Really?
also told me that you sleep naked. Well, no, thank you.
I didn't say. I just wanted to irk you. I said like it might happen. You never know. Because I was like, I'm not sharing the room.
I'm not. I don't want to sleep with you or
Darren is
Neil
coming up with all
Manthorpe. Neil Manthorpe didn't snore, by the way, and I still don't
We're
want
going to have like a significant travel budget for Combox because none of us are sharing rooms. I'm not sharing with either one of you after all these stories.
Yeah, absolutely no
Jared
chance.
is kind of coming up with all these weird conspiracy theories and stuff. I said, Jared, what if I kind of sleep naked? So I don't think so. You should be risking.
I
that.
just don't want to see like
Shawnee
half.
on the-
I don't want to see half a butt cheek, even if you've got your undies on.
He's like, Shawnee, we're not doing that.
No, we all had to do it at times on tours and things. Like we've all done it, right? I'm more than happy to have done it when I was young. I just think by the time you get over 40, you shouldn't have to see a man scratch himself in bed and then fart and snore. Plus, as I said, masturbating in all parts of the hotel room. I mean, it's all been paid for.
That's a weird thing. Why would anybody do that?
Why would you? Like, that would be the counter question.
Yeah.
Like,
Chowdhury comes in. It's wide. It's slashed away quite well by Kishan, but he's finding the fielder. So 25 off 16. What does the market say here?
He's done that a few times, Kisham, where he's chased
Yes.
balls that were probably going to be wide. I'm not sure about that one, but what's happened here is every time they've got their nose back in this race, the bowling team, they have done stupid stuff to get the batting team ahead again. Like here, last time it was wicket and then Nor bowled a rubbish ball and it got hit for 4. And you're like, well, you've kind of thrown that wicket away, 6 off the next 2 balls. And this time, got the wicket first ball over. You think that's great, right? Got a chance at really getting back into this game. Then massive wide straight away afterwards. And the batting team are miles ahead again. This isn't a game that SRH are really taking away from Chennai. They're taking it away from themselves.
Oh,
Drop.
God. I thought it might have been. It was definitely a fumble. It was Dubé. We talk about him having concrete.
Set in concrete,
Yeah.
aren't they?
I wondered if his knees were set in concrete.
It's
there.
a drop. It's a drop. He just couldn't be bothered to move. Like we know that Dubé is actually planted in the outfield when he sets his fielding position. But what the hell is that? Like move, man, and you get a really important wicket. But no, I'll just watch this. Move forward.
It's not a drop. It bounced.
It's not a drop because he didn't move.
I knew you'd say that. I set you up for that. And I feel dirty, but also it's exactly what I wanted to do. This is smashed by Ishan Kishan. He almost takes out Salil at the non-striker end, and that's a 4. So they now need 19 off 13. I'm not sure that 8s on Chennai is a bad bet here, Rob.
You're asking the wrong person.
No, well, if you think it's a good bet, then I won't do it.
I just think every time they get somewhere near back in the game, they just do something stupid. Like that's a bad ball hit for 4, right? But they keep throwing away chances, and the very next ball after they throw the chance away is a boundary, and they've done that 4 or 5 times in this chase, and they're getting exactly what they deserve, Chennai, because they tried not to get a good net run rate in 2 easy chases, and now they've just thrown away pretty much a must-win game. This one,
yeah. I mean, we did say before there's still a chance, but they definitely needed to win this, didn't they, to make their life easier. This is smashed.
that's the game.
Ishan.
I think
And
Rutu
it's 6.
playing 16 of 21 kind of a knock also didn't help, right?
Oh yeah, that was awful. Yeah.
In 2019, the top 3 teams all had 18 points, and then the next 3 had 12 points. So one of them qualified with 12, but that was an 8-team IPL.
Yeah, I don't think so. It has happened in 10 team IPL for sure.
10-team IPL will be tougher, yeah.
Yes.
So that should be that with that 6. And Prithvi says,
Yes.
Ishan looks 1 ball away from a wicket this innings. Sunrisers couldn't bat with the exception of Klassen. Don't disagree. Maybe just not having a Gaikwad innings has helped them.
Exactly. At one point of time, Abhishek almost had that kind of an innings.
But he was still, even then, he still was a plus, wasn't he? Like, not a big plus, but a...
Yeah. Yeah, we've been saying since the start of the IPL that Gaikwad should probably not open, and that's what we're saying at the end of the IPL.
And they were, in all fairness, they were 64 after 9 overs. So that was the time when they dropped Klassen. And that drop changed the whole game. I'll just head off because I'll switch
Sure.
to another live.
See you, mate.
Great work
See you,
today.
Deepak.
I enjoyed the sleeping.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Oh, this is a good hit from Salil. High and over the leg side. and into the crowd. Well, that ended that pretty quickly. The last couple of balls there, guys. Last 3 balls, 4, 6, 6. As I said, Rob, if you thought it was a good bet, it wasn't.
So Chennai going to lose this with. I mean, I don't know why Kamboj is bowling this over because Spencer has one, and when you're 13 of 12, like what are you trying to do? Like, why not give it to the guy who's most likely to bring you back, right?
Yeah. Also, the pitch had suited him, right? It kind of
Exactly.
made sense.
So you should have just given it to Spencer and not to Kamboj.
Yeah,
So
they've done basically everything wrong here, haven't they, Chennai?
Yeah. Like I mean, this is the accepted wisdom also in T20 cricket, right? Like when it's a tight chase, you give your best bowler the 19th over because otherwise you might not have a 20th over left for.
I suppose
having a
they
best
probably
bowler.
thought that this year Kamboj has been that guy, right? But just
This-
not. It's clearly not today or last game.
Not today, yeah.
This might be a wicket, though. This might be a wicket. It is. Caught it long off. Come back. They were 200 to 1 before that, and they've raced into 50 to 1, 100 to 1. They've halved their odds.
Yeah, Irville finally takes a catch after the horse has bolted and dumped all over their season.
Orville took the last catch also, right?
Um,
Who's the wicket that was?
Yeah, Irville's taken the last 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's made 70 off 47 on this pitch, which is a huge plus. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure how.
yeah. It's been a very lucky chase, hasn't it? I know all the syndicate people I know were all on the defence in this innings.
Were they?
Yeah.
They've taken a beating.
I think mainly just before Klassen got dropped, so everyone's annoyed at that.
Who would be a player of the match? Cummins or Ishan Kishan or someone else?
I think you kind of have to give it to Kishan here,
I'd give it to Klaassen. Klaassen won the game.
but he was
That's
dropped,
also
so
good.
it doesn't
Yeah.
count.
Oh, it doesn't count. Sorry, I forgot that.
You have to strike the innings from the record. If you get dropped in the innings, it can never be a good one. That's why I'm so gutted about that Maxwell innings, because it had all the hallmarks of a good innings, that chase against Afghanistan. But it was Majid, wasn't it, that dropped him?
He's dropped a couple of times, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But the Majid one is the one that's
The
hilarious.
big dolly.
Yeah. I had forgotten about the drops till you mentioned them just now, Rob.
Laughing at Nothing says Gaikwad has played a match-losing knock today. And we were talking about this the other day about how everyone puts the extra O in Laughing at Nothing, and you just did it.
It's it was an awful knock, but I still think they had enough runs on the board to have made a decent fist of defending it. So here's an example. They need 5 off 8 now, and there's nobody stopping the single. I will never understand that. And this is basically a knockout game. Like, they have to win this game. And so the other team needs to score 5 runs from 8 balls. And if you allow them to get a 1 off every ball, they're going to win, right? You've got to try and make them win it in boundaries. They should have a man close to the bat on either side of the wicket. And there's nobody anywhere, and they're all just hands in pockets. Never mind, we've lost. And Noor is fielding quite close to the bat, so they can just aim at him and get runs if they want to. That's where Noor is. Get in closer, fielders.
Ginded says this has been bad but fun IPL, especially recently. 5 off 8, Kamboj in, Yorker, and they will take a single.
Easy singles. Good idea, Chennai.
Who should bowl in the last over, and why should it be Shivam Dubey?
It should be like Brevis or someone defending 3 or 2. You go Brevis. You go
He bowls leg
you
spin,
go-
doesn't he?
Yeah, you go complete nonsense bowling. I would definitely.
I did say
definitely go
Shivam
Brevis.
Dubey. You did hear that, right?
Yeah, but I would go real nonsense.
Brevis has bowled ever in his life?
Yeah, I've seen him bowl.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
bowls leg, he
Okay.
bowls leg spin. I'm pretty sure I've seen him. Prithvi says, why is Dhoni John tearing it up in the dressing room? Is he going to do a lap around the stadium at the end? Might be the world's first soft launch of retirement.
I mean, it's been a soft launch of a retirement for at least 2-3 years, right? Every year we're like, oh,
and that's it. That's the game. A soft launch of an end. So Smarin comes in and he scores 5 off 2 to finish this game. And what should have been a pretty close finish wasn't.
And Spencer Johnson is left with 1 over unbowled.
Spencer Johnson, what is his figures? His figures are 3 for 26. And
And of those 26,
I think he bowled way better than that. I think he
yeah,
bowled
there was one edged 4, and there was
Two
another
edged fours, I think.
two edged 4s. Yeah. So yeah.
So the 2 best bowlers today, I would say, were Spencer Johnson and Akil Hussain. Any arguments with that?
No. How did
Both
they bowl
of them
out?
have got overs left, and they're out of the competition.
Yeah.
When will they learn?
That is it. Us done for this watch along. We'll be back again tomorrow. Remember, we have a big event coming up in Dubai, so tell absolutely every single person that you know about it. Big thanks to Varun, Deepak, Saurabh, Rob, and me. I think that was everyone who was on today. Obviously, Rakshit and Mukku and Vignesh as well for helping out behind the scene. This game was won with an over to spare. CSK, a little bit disappointing. Sunrisers, not particularly sensational as well. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes for a podcast explaining just why this matters and maybe why it doesn't.
You're watching every game this season. Every 6, every wicket, every battle. But the final, you watch with me.
Stars Play, in partnership with Combox, presents the ultimate IPL final watch party
31st May at the Coca-Cola Arena.
with legendary cricketers Robin Uthappa, Sreesanth, Angelo Matthews, and Universe boss Chris Gale. Buy your tickets now at Coca-ColaArena.com or PlatinumList.net.